Chapter 134. Magical Engineering, a new theory that is destined to change the structure of the entire world in the future, is still in its infancy. It isn't a brand new theory that suddenly popped up. Instead, it is a combination of scientific theories based on engineering and forging materials, as well as magical theories based on magic formation and alchemy. It only started to shine in the middle of the Holy War. Two of its creators were poached by me from the very start. Putting aside Tim Ladd, who is still doing his homework in a public elementary school, Olivia, who is learning from the great alchemisting OBR, is improving rapidly. The goblin had boasted about accepting a genius disciple many times in private. At the same time, he complained that his disciple's inventions are too unreliable and that he was cheated many times. Thus, as her sponsor, I unhesitatingly gave her the research topic that I had planned. Without a doubt, this is cheating in a certain sense. I invited the original inventor over, threw the original research topic to her, and even provided her with research conditions that far exceed what she had in the past. If she still doesn't succeed, then there's nothing I can do about it. Of course, they aren't as mature as in history, so I have sufficient patience to wait and reap the fruits of my labor. But now, Olivia actually told me that there is progress in her research. Naturally, I am overjoyed. Your Highness Roland, everyone is still trying to decipher and analyze the other subjects. However, the portable energy battery that you gave me happens to be within the field of magic formation and alchemy that I specialize in. With the help of my teacher and everyone else, I have already made some progress. I am overjoyed. This portable energy battery happens to be the research target that I have been looking forward to the most. If I can overcome this obstacle, the progress of my research in the future will be greatly accelerated. In the history, there isn't a single new technology that has a greater impact than magical engineering. In the end, it is because this technology was originally prepared for the weak humans, and humans are undoubtedly the main force of the Order faction. The idea behind its design is that since humans need to train for at least a few years before they can obtain supernatural powers, and many magical beasts are born with natural talents in magic, why not just add an external power source and use a mechanical shell to imitate the abilities of those magical beasts, saving the time needed for humans to train and accumulate power? The warrior as the operator, the magic engine as the energy source, the weapon peripherals, and the outer shell of the armor as the output. The three of them work together to form a perfect cycle. Without a doubt, the magic engine that used the portable energy source as its core was the core of this design concept. When this cycle was formed, the goal was to allow ordinary humans to use supernatural abilities. Even in the later stages of the game, the magical mechanical dragon that was able to wrestle with true dragons was just an extension of this design concept. It was just that the magical engine was powerful and the mechanical outer shell was also extremely powerful. However, there was no fundamental change or subversion in the design concept. The outer shell of the mech wasn't a problem from the very start. Sulphur Mountain City's engineering was the best in the world, and Roland No. 2's mech was already very powerful. However, the Titan's Heart wasn't a product that could be mass-produced. The other Roland series required an astronomical number of cores and energy sources, which was why it couldn't be mass-produced. It was said that the magic machinery was powered by the body of the living, and it could even be quickly charged by a mage. In that case, as long as there was enough energy, it could be used repeatedly, and the returns from a one-time investment would be limitless. This was the reason why it could be mass-produced. Of course, making heavy machinery was definitely a foolish and strenuous move. My ambition wasn't that unrealistic. The Ottoman White Wolf Guard relied on their explosive javelins and indestructible exploding swords to become a silver rank warrior. This was enough to prove that a pseudo-magic weapon could overturn the fighting style of an ordinary warrior and raise their fighting prowess to a frenzied level. Even though I had a large batch of White Wolf Guard equipment in my hands, analyzing it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. I reckoned that even if I were to analyze the secrets behind it, it would still be difficult to mass-produce such top-notch equipment, which involved the structure of alloys and high-level enchantments. The biggest possibility was that we wouldn't be able to afford the raw materials, and the industrial technology wasn't up to standard, thus making it a Dragon Slayer's technology. However, if every single one of my warriors were to have a magic sword that didn't have many requirements to use, just the most basic elemental enchantment and cannons would be able to completely change the positioning of a warrior on the battlefield. This was a shortcut to raising one's basic fighting prowess. Thus, from the very start, the core of the problem was the rechargeable magic engine, which was also my primary goal to tackle. One of the core technologies of this magic engine was a portable energy battery that could be rechargeable. Now that Olivia told me that she had successfully tackled the problem, how could I not be overjoyed? Initially, I thought that it would take me 3 years to tackle the problem. However, it has only been 3 months since the Ottoman era, and I have already gotten results. No matter how I look at it, I can't believe it. Perhaps it was because my gaze was too intense that she felt embarrassed under my gaze. Olivia lowered her head and muttered, "Lord, I didn't come up with it alone. Teacher BR, Ingo, and Lord Kakana helped me a lot. Or rather, it should be said that it was done by our group." Tyrant Plague, Lich Kakana? I was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. Kakana was originally an ace alchemist among the commoners. It was said that her goal back then was to become an alchemy merchant who sells beauty products and nutrition products. The more tenacious one's will is, the more resentful a soul is, the easier it is to turn into an undead. Even though she didn't manage to fulfill her long-cherished wish, she was still unwilling to reveal what her long-cherished wish was. She responded to my call and became a member of the newly born Red Hunting Hounds. Alchemist and Sane are occupations that rely on accumulating knowledge. They are famous for their slow advancement. Time and experience are the greatest bottlenecks for their growth. Initially, Kakana, who wasn't adept at fighting, was just a little sister whom everyone carefully protected. However, towards the end, she became one of the most fearsome existences in the army. Alchemist is a job where the more knowledge one has, the stronger they become. The longer they live, the more fearsome they become. As long as they have enough time, there are no dangerous experiments that they can't do, no strange ideas that they can't try, no poisons that they can't concoct. After 300 years of accumulation, the potions that she concocted are ones that the living wouldn't dare to drink, even the undead wouldn't dare to drink. She grew from a skeleton mage to a lich. As for how strong she is now, I don't know. After all, I didn't have the chance to let her go all out. Liches are existences that are at least legend rank. Her title of Tyrant Plague also shows how the world views her. The number of lives that have died in the plagues that she created is uncountable. Furthermore, she has 3 apprentices, and one of them is a lich. To the human kingdoms that treat gold rank alchemists as national treasures, an alchemist of legend rank and above is a rare treasure. 2 legend rank and 2 gold rank alchemists to form a research team is an unparalleled treasure. It is because they are too capable and the direction of their research is the most lethal poison, plague, etc. That's why I've been suppressing them, not giving them the chance to display their talents. Otherwise, if they were to really create a few destructive super plagues, even the gods would gather together to deal with us. The explosion alchemist Stingo, BR of Goblin Alchemy, the miracle alchemist Olivia of Human Alchemy, the Tyrant Plague Kakana of Undead Alchemy, and her research team. Unintentionally or unintentionally, the Alchemy Research Department in Donglan has gathered a top-notch research team that could put even a superpower to shame. No, the reason why we could succeed this time is due to luck. It is all thanks to Olivia's ingenious ideas. A faint green soul fire burned fiercely within the skeleton. Underneath the white robe were dried bones filled with mana. Just the existence of this skeleton would strike fear into the hearts of the living. If it weren't for the slightly high-pitched, mana, synthesized voice, no one would have thought that this was actually a female. However, from the looks of it, she seems to be a little unused to the doctor's coat. As she walks, she would subconsciously tug at the fabric of her chest and sleeves. It is also my suggestion to get the undead to wear the clothes of ordinary humans. Of course, it isn't because I have a unique interest in looking at the skeleton uniform show or the zombie bunny girl. Rather, it is because the tattered and dull style of the undead is one of the reasons why the living would stay away from them. Now that they are changed, even though they aren't used to it, at the very least, it looks much more comfortable to the onlookers. I didn't expect that the product of my accidental failed experiment would come in handy. It was originally used to make ice in my family's storage room. At this moment, a few knight who rushed over after hearing the news rushes over. They skillfully flip over the debris of the wooden house and pull out the half-cooked goblin. As for the goblin who has been waiting in the ruins for a long time, he takes out 2 bottles of medicine and gulps it down. The burns on his body heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After seeing me, he runs over energetically with a smile on his face. Old friend, big fat sheep. Oh no. Respected big sponsor, we have completed your order. It's time to talk about the remuneration. This goblin seems to feel that as long as there is money to be made, he can be even more zombie-like than a zombie. I'm stunned by his actions, but the others have a look of satisfaction on their faces. This cycle of explosion, quick treatment, next explosion has become a daily routine for them. In fact, for the convenience of rebuilding and saving lives, their temporary laboratory is a simple wooden house. As I listened to their reports, I quickly figured out the reason why they were able to break through so quickly. That is to say, the original magic formation for the portable energy source was discovered by Olivia a long time ago. It's just that now that she was given this research topic, she suddenly remembered it. Yes, that is something I obtained by chance when I first started learning alchemy. It is a magic formation that allows energy to circulate and circulate. It can be used to cool down the basement for a long period of time. Using that as the blueprint, we developed a miniature energy source that can store energy for a long period of time. Originally, we used a military radar to develop a microwave oven. Due to the carelessness of the experimenter, penicillin appeared. While changing experimental equipment, we accidentally discovered X-rays, and an apple falling from a tree created gravity. In another world, facts have proven the importance of coincidence and luck in scientific inventions. I didn't expect that the alchemy research in this world would be the same. Perhaps, from the very start, Olivia was the only one who held the key to opening the treasure vault. I directly asked the original inventor to invent the energy source, and the result was that I successfully recreated this coincidence. That is a flowing liquid magic formation. It is a 3-dimensional structure with 16 layers. However, its total size is only about the size of an egg. It should be able to meet your requirements. Just by looking at its outer appearance, it looks like a sparkling and translucent crystal. A faint red liquid is slowly flowing within it. However, when I touch the surface, I can feel the vigorous magic power beneath the calm surface, as if it is alive and kicking. Well done. I will double the remuneration I promised. The next research goal is to equip individual weapons with energy sources and make them practical. It seems that very soon, we will have several new and powerful troop types. According to others, I had been wearing a strange smile that afternoon. I would smile when I met them, shake hands with them, and return their greetings with a smile. This scared quite a few people. However, I did have a reason to be happy. Other than the profits that this Olivia's magic box, I personally named it, but I rejected the name Olivia's Love Egg, would bring. This technological breakthrough also ensured that a large portion of the wealth that the magical machinery revolution would bring and was already in my hands. When the time comes, all the countries will come knocking on my door to buy it. According to my plan, I will definitely sell it, but how to sell it is a big problem. It is a must to extort a large sum of money from them. Perhaps it might even help Donglan break the ice in diplomatic relations. This diplomatic thinking of making enemies everywhere is too foolish. Even if you want to cut them down with a knife, you should at least pretend to be friendly on the surface. That way, stabbing them in the back will be the most effective. During that period of time, I was constantly thinking about how to extort money from them in the future. Naturally, I had a strange smile on my face. The only thing that caused my smile to crumble was that I received 2 pieces of news in a row. The first one was within my expectations. Due to the earth elemental god's restlessness among the beastmen, the territories of the beastmen were already filled with spies sent by the various countries. Furthermore, Rosemary's news came just in time. This winter, the internal conflict among the Beastmen will end. The cold winter isn't suitable for the Beastman army, who lacks food and clothing, to attack the south. However, I'm afraid that the moment the winter thaws next year, the Beastmen will descend from the mountains. When I received this news, I sighed. What would come would eventually come. However, the good news was that at least winter wouldn't come. It was a good thing that we still had half a year to prepare. However, if winter really came, it would be much easier to deal with it using the cold weather. The other important piece of news was a sudden bombshell. The Shilua Empire suddenly declared war on the 4 neighboring countries. The undead army immediately crossed the Death Swamp, snowy mountain highlands, scorching desert, and other forbidden zones for life to launch a surprise attack on the various countries. This time, 8 of the 12 senators were mobilized. The number of troops mobilized was uncountable. The surprise attack was very successful. The human kingdoms weren't prepared for it at all. In the war, the few kingdoms retreated step by step, including the mega-empire of the continent, the Swolo Federation. If this surprise attack by the undead was an unexpected turn of events, then the intelligence officers of the various countries were completely unable to comprehend what happened next. The 3rd senator, Pride Omar, who had just taken office for less than 3 months, rebelled. He led the army that he had just gained control of to rebel. At the crucial moment, the royalty faction chose to remain neutral. The parliament faction was forced to face them head-on. The Shilua Empire was split into 3, and a full-blown civil war broke out. Clearly, the war was going smoothly. 2 of the small kingdoms were on the verge of being destroyed. Yet a civil war broke out. Furthermore, it was a chaotic war that split into 3. What kind of rhythm was this? The pride of the 7 deadly sins, Omar. Mist, the super expert who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, was able to make the bone dragon Queen Gria voluntarily relinquish her position as the 3rd senator. In an instant, he became a hot topic in the entire continent. When he proclaimed himself as the son of Yongye, the head of the 7 deadly sins, and the fact that he betrayed Emperor Yongye but wasn't completely eliminated was brought up, everyone had the feeling of damn, so he is a super fierce person. Feyman, you're still as short-sighted as ever. Do you think that removing Omar's seal and letting him out would be able to suppress the royalty faction? Yeah, he can indeed suppress them. But do you think that he won't be able to suppress your Dark Knight Council? Aren't you giving him a chance to rebel by allowing him to lead a team alone? I could roughly understand Feyman's thoughts. He probably hoped to use Omar to suppress Lionheart and the others of the royalty faction. Then, he would seize the opportunity of the Holy War to gather all of Shilua's power to wage war against the living. In his mind, Omar's rebellion back then was probably for the sake of greater authority and power. Then, I will be able to give him any promise he wants. As long as the army of the Death Dimension arrives, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he doesn't fulfill his promise. Omar, I'm afraid that other than me, it is impossible for him to accept anyone else's command. As the incarnation of arrogance, he can't accept the fact that someone's position is higher than his. To him, there is no need for a reason to betray. If you were to forcefully find a reason when questioned, I don't like you, you're too ugly, you want to command the beautiful me with such an ugly face, such infuriating words would probably come out of that darn brat's mouth. I understood that darn brat too well. With his super powerful undead control ability, known as the supreme privilege of the Prince of Darkness, as long as the undead were under his command, there was basically no way for them to return. Perhaps, just like back then, he had secretly controlled a few undead lords. This civil war would be a long one. I couldn't help but feel pity for Feyman. He had painstakingly planned for so many years, accumulated sufficient military strength, sorted out the 12 senators, and even grasped the golden opportunity at the start of the Holy War. He had probably even investigated the invasion site countless times, but in the end, everything was ruined just like that. Who will win? In terms of strength, Omar takes 3 and Feyman takes 7. However, if Lionheart doesn't make use of this opportunity to play some tricks, he wouldn't be worthy of following me for so many years. Forget it. It doesn't matter at all. Regardless of who wins, Shiloh will lose. The ambitious Ottoman Empire's information network was truly powerful. However, the valuable information that those elite spies risked their lives to obtain fell into my hands right away through Rosemary's phylactery. The situation was vastly different from one another, but the only similarity was that it wasn't peaceful. The night of 100 demons, a storm is brewing. We have to hurry. The most important thing right now is the hybrid autonomous region and the altar of the far north. We can't drag it on any longer. After I settle the miscellaneous matters on hand, it will be time for us to head out again. Due to the scarcity of members of the royal family, the training grounds of the Donglan Royal Palace were open to the Royal Knights training grounds a long time ago. However, today, the training grounds were sealed once again. Other than the fact that there were a few experts clashing and it was too dangerous for spectators, today was also the day for the testing of the newest weapon. Actually, the requirements for the new weapon weren't too high. At the very least, the core of the weapon had to be equipped with a fire conversion magic array and the outer shell of a mechanical magic sword. Regardless of whether it was fire or machinery, they were the specialties of the goblin engineers. As long as they were given sufficient bonuses, the efficiency and passion of the goblins were something that other races couldn't comprehend. It was unimaginable for them to work 23 hours a day. In less than half a month, the prototype that I requested for was barely completed. The Crimson Magic Sword slashed down with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Blinding flames covered the tip of the sword. Just the heat from the tip of the sword was enough to make one feel suffocated. The wooden rake in front of me was struck by the sword. Then, the wooden target began to burn and swiftly turned into black ashes. Did it succeed? However, in the next second, the gemstone vibrating egg on the hilt of the sword flashed and extinguished. At the same time, the tip of the sword began to melt. A few seconds later, the melted portion began to spread, and the entire sword heated up rapidly before turning into a puddle of molten iron. Did it fail again? It seems to be a little weak. However, the wielder of the sword looked at the sword hilt in his hand regretfully, as though he didn't feel anything at all towards the boiling molten iron dripping on his body. After all, the temperature that he had reached before was definitely not something that a small magic sword could achieve. Nonsense! How could it possibly withstand your full power? The reason why I asked you, a semi-god, to come here is to test its maximum output. How about it? Adam scratched his head. Bronze pinnacle. No, it can barely be considered as a lower silver. Obviously, to him, this level of firepower wasn't sufficient at all. However, his regretful words made the recording beside him burst into cheers of joy. This was already much better than what he had expected. Those present here were the top experts of the entire Donglan. The reason why I wanted them here wasn't just to observe the testing of the new weapon. So, since the magic sword and magic firearm have passed the initial test, let's start on the next step. We will use them as the core to create two new army types. In order to allow these new army types to truly step onto the stage of history, I have a decision. Valkyrie Basra, Adam, Old Ferdian, Fade. The four of them were highly qualified greatsword saints. Furthermore, they weren't just physical sword saints. Other than swordsmanship, they had their own specialties. At this moment, even if I didn't say anything, they would be able to guess some things. After all, I had already asked Basra for all the information on his Twilight Blade. Magic Swordsman Advancement. Yes, we will open up a path for everyone to walk on. At the very least, we must ensure that the path doesn't become a dead end after a certain point. Every job has its own skills and battle style that is most suitable for them. So, we have to create an advanced job that is suitable for these magic swordsmen. A type of advanced magic swordsman that is far more powerful than the useless arcane knight. An advanced magic swordsman between silver and gold rank. 4 elemental swordcaster. I am willing to be the first swordcaster. Chapter 135. It isn't rare to see advanced jobs in this world. On the contrary, almost every expert who reaches a certain level will choose the most suitable advanced job for them. To other experts, it is a necessary requirement to reach a certain level. However, in my system interface, there is a more direct view. LV60 Warrior / LV7 Weapon Master, LV60 Justice Knight / LV2 Adjudicator, LV60 Mage / LV1 Mage of Fortune. The former are basic jobs while the latter are advanced jobs. As a basic job, one has to go through 3 stages, namely iron, bronze, and silver. Only by continuously grinding and maturing can one step into the advanced job. In reality, there isn't much difference between basic jobs. What they use are common skills and abilities. The main difference is still in their talent and basic attributes. Choosing an advanced job is also a choice for the future. They choose to specialize in something, which means that they're giving up on the others. After advancing to legend, they can even specialize in 1 or 2 abilities to crush everything else. For example, there's a certain Draken who is getting more and more Bayphone. Recently, I can't even say his name. His normal job is Ranger, and his advanced job is Beastmaster. In other words, after reaching Gold Rank Ranger, he basically gave up on his shooting, survival, trapping, tracking, dual blades, and other common Ranger abilities to focus on controlling and taming beasts. When he reaches Legend rank and gathers that mysterious heart of universal love, he is able to bring his beast taming and pet controlling abilities to the extreme. It is said that in that battle on the sea, he actually managed to make the sea monster hesitate for a moment. If it wasn't for the constant cannon fire, he might have succeeded in taming it. A legend rank being able to cause such an obvious effect on an epic tier C monster is unimaginable. If he really succeeded in taming it, having a deep sea monster as a pet would increase his battle prowess by a few hundred times. This is enough to prove the fundamental subversive effect of specialization on experts. What? You said that this fellow defies the heavens, but he isn't a representative at all. You aren't wrong. I don't think that there is any other beast tamer hunter in this world who loves his job to such an extent. Willpower is the soul, and the soul is the power. On the contrary, normal souls have the limits of mortals. The more stubborn and crazy a soul is, the more terrifying the potential. From a certain perspective, he is indeed far from normal, ridiculously far, but his potential is limitless. Thinking about this, I can't help but be stunned. If he continues to soar like this, the position of Beast God and Beast God will remain empty. If he really steps into the demigod realm, I'm afraid that the most difficult step of godly ascension will be unobstructed. This is too scary. I couldn't help but imagine what would happen if Bayphone, her alt, really became the Beast God. I was afraid that the entire world would be in a terrible state. All right, I got off topic. Let's not talk about that terrifying future anymore. At the very least, I definitely wouldn't let it happen. Let's return to the main topic. Yep, job advancement. Advancing to a profession was about choosing a path to specialize in. It was like climbing a mountain. The closer you got to the peak, the narrower the path would be. But when you look back, you would find yourself looking down at the peaks. Using a more realistic analogy, an ordinary law student would specialize in economic law when he was a graduate student, and when he was a PhD student, he would specialize in antitrust cases of international companies. This was from the broad to the specialized. It seemed to be getting narrower and narrower, but in fact, it was getting higher and higher. Could it be that they did not know the common law knowledge? Of course they would. It was just that there was no need to use it. For their pursuit, it was enough to make good use of their expertise. On the other hand, my situation was a little unique. Other people had one path, but I had 4 paths mixed together. If I were to split my efforts to cultivate all of them, even if I were to tire myself to death, I wouldn't be able to obtain much in return. Thus, my path was like the rivers and the seas. The 4 rivers would eventually converge into the sea. Then, what I needed to do was to find the intersection of the various tributaries and absorb the strengths of each to begin my own path. This time, my goal wasn't just to become a semi-god. This was very difficult, but it wasn't impossible. This was also the reason why I had made up my mind to specialize in magic swords. At this moment, When a magic swordsman reached a certain level of cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he chose to create a job that was suitable for him. Rather than being stuck at a bottleneck and forcing himself to make a choice, it was better to make plans early. The reason why I chose to create a new job and not advance to the existing magic swordsman job was because even though the path I created might be slow, it was destined to be the most suitable for me. On the other hand, even though I would be able to advance quickly by walking on the path of others, it would be difficult for me to surpass the Creator. Of course, from a certain perspective, this was a blissful worry. It was enough for a short-lived species like humans to advance quickly. Such extravagant worries were usually exclusive to long-lived species like the elves. When the field of magic engineering was truly developed, the experts that even the true gods were wary of proved the endless potential of this path. Starlight Shatterer, tonight, please stay. I shall strike down that bright North Star for you. A one-man fleet, billions of cannon towers, billions of radiance. My journey is that galaxy. Invincible, hot-blooded fool, my battleship's slicing blade, nothing can break it. Super S-rank mobile calamity who makes friends with cannons. That, please believe me, I just want to hand it over to a friend. I really didn't mean to destroy your city. The highest leader of the Origin Gnomes, Little Mustache. Infuriating, those who stand in my way are all scum, all scum. Now, when the dawn of a new era appeared in front of me, I was given a chance to be ahead of the times. If I didn't grasp it, I would really be an idiot. Of course, the other Sword Saints couldn't possibly see so far ahead. However, they only trusted me and supported me. That was enough for me. With the help of a master craftsman, the sacred sword Pale Justice had already been modified. There was an additional hole at the hilt of the sword. That was the place to insert attribute magic bullets. The entire sword hilt was an Olivia's magic box with a complete magic cycle. Vermilion Bird Sword Seal. The red attribute bullets were embedded within, and the completed magic box was instantly activated. Under my will, the illusory image of Scarlet Red God Bird turned into an emblem on the sword. Scarlet red flame magic wrapped around the body of the sword, and the flaming tail of the sword extended several meters. Every time I swung the sword, it was as though a scarlet meteor streaking across the sky. Sparks fell from the sky, leaving behind a trail of Milky Way. It was exceptionally gorgeous. Every target that I threw into the air as a target would be set ablaze the moment I hit it. Following that, the enchantment on the sword would be consumed, and the illusory image of the vermilion bird sword would also dim. After dozens of strikes, the sword seal finally disappeared. With a kacha sound, the empty attribute magic bullets were ejected. 49 strikes, better than expected. Can it be increased further? The total energy in the portable energy pool is limited. Unless I expand the magic box and attribute magic bullets, the entire weapon would have to be enlarged. In reality, the cost-performance ratio is too low. Furthermore, in a real battle, this much should be enough. At most, I can just bring more attribute magic bullets to replace them. Next, let's test the second item. Attribute magic bullets were miniature Olivia's magic box, portable energy pool, filled with energy of a specific attribute. On the other hand, the large magic box that was filled with it was pure energy without any attribute. When the attribute magic bullet was activated, the energy in the entire pool would be converted into the corresponding attribute. Once the pool of energy was completely depleted, most of the time, the attribute magic bullet would be depleted while the energy pool would still have some left. It could be filled with non-attribute magic bullets. Allowing the magic box to maintain the sword seal on its own and allowing the warrior to focus on using the weapon was the only way to avoid killing oneself by multitasking. Beside me, the researchers were discussing fervently. The sword saints and blacksmiths were looking at me with interest. From the start, they were either reluctantly agreeing to help me out of respect, or they were working hard for the salary. But now that the technology had barely taken shape, this new existence was gradually proving its worth. The endless mysteries of this new thing had really piqued their interest. Black Tortoise Sword Seal. The same Tortoise Snake Sword Seal was activated and a pale white chill started to spread. However, I was unmoved by it. Instead, I raised my sword and aimed it at the target that was more than 10 meters away and swung it with great force. Sword seal explosion. Along with the roar, the sword seal of the turtle and snake suddenly flashed, and what followed the swing of the sword was a snow-white arc. The speed of the snow-white arc wasn't fast. As it flew, it emitted a chill, and ice crystals formed along the way, creating a beautiful scene. Kacha! Cha! The target was sliced apart and froze. When it fell to the ground, it turned into ice shards. When the sword seal was summoned, it was in the sword seal enchanted state, which was the most common melee mode. As for the sword seal explosion mode, it was to use all the remaining magic power in the energy pool to explode in one go for a long-range attack. Currently, this new job only had these two attack modes. As for the sword seal that corresponded to the 4 basic elements, under my suggestion, I named it after 4 types of god beasts that had never appeared in this world. Of course, because of this inexplicable persistence in the eyes of others, I received a lot of criticism, especially from those goblins who tried to compete for the naming rights of the work. They surrounded me and complained. I can understand that the fire phoenix is a god beast of the fire element, but why did you name it after the fire sparrow, vermilion bird in the eyes of the goblins? This is obviously a low-tier magic beast. As for the black tortoise, it is even more incomprehensible. A magic beast with a tortoise on one side and a snake on the other didn't even pass. As for the azure dragon, you're probably referring to the green dragon. Other people's natural talent is to control the plants in the forest. All right, since it can fly, it is understandable that it is related to the wind element. However, the white tiger is just a rare variant, even if its fur is beautiful. As for the earth god beast, to be honest, we have always thought that the ruby sword seal, gold coin sword seal, and emerald sword seal are more realistic. Please respect our opinion. We, the craftsmen, also have the naming rights. Facing all kinds of opinions, I only replied with a single sentence, but it was enough to solve the problem. I am a sponsor. All right, this is the good point of the goblins. Money is everything. The moment I said that, all the complaints were gone. This is also the only explanation. Am I supposed to explain to the people of another world that the god of the north, the black tortoise, is a water god beast and water magic is an extension of ice magic? While the god of the west, the white tiger, is a metal god and can only make do with the earth element. As for the azure dragon of the east, which is supposed to be a wood element, there isn't a wood element in the 4 main elements, so it can only stay in the wind element. The reason why it is called the 4 elemental sword casters is because currently there are only 4 common sword seals based on the 4 main elements. The fire vermilion bird seal, the wind azure dragon seal, the water, ice, black tortoise seal, and the earth, metal, white tiger seal. Of course, these are just the basic sword seals. There are many other possibilities. For example, I, who possesses ice magic, can use the black tortoise sword seal to recharge the magic bullets. As long as I change the magic bullets in time, there's no limit to the battle of attrition. Privately, I open up a few other sword seals that aren't suitable to be made public. Pride sword seal. Holy light. Who gave you the right to dictate what is righteous and use your own righteousness to punish others? Wrath sword seal. Righteous indignation towards injustice and villains is the driving force behind the law. However, excessive righteousness harms both yourself and others. Calmness is a must. Never allow wrath to affect your rational judgment. Sloth sword seal. Death is the sweetest slumber. It is a pity that it isn't time for you to get off work. So, make the most of your time and try your best to live an exciting life. These 3 sword seals correspond to my remaining holy light, law, and death powers respectively. I am currently using Olivia's magic box and my job advancement to organize and standardize my messy and chaotic power system, allowing the world to converge into a vast ocean, forming an even stronger combined force. Of course, it is obvious that these 3 powers aren't suitable to be made public. The current 4 elemental sword seals are enough for those newbies to study them through the night. Through the development of the sword seals, I have already vaguely understood that the future direction of this job would be to choose to delve into a certain system of sword seals, or to develop and learn new, higher-tier sword seals, or to open up more wondrous uses for sword seals. For example, using the Azure Dragon sword seal to form a storm that can blow away arrows, or using the Pride sword seal to disperse undead. I can predict that once these magic warriors are grouped together, they will completely change the situation on the battlefield. As for the magic archer job that was released at the same time as the 4 elemental swordcasters, in reality, they only use the explosive long-range attacks of the sword seal as a common method, and the sword seal enchantment as a variant job for those who are forced to fight with their lives on the line. If one were to forcefully find an obvious difference, it would probably be that the outer armor they choose are mostly bows, muskets, and staves. Of course, there is a limit to an individual's ability. Thus, I unhesitatingly became a hands-off boss, intending to use the collective intelligence. Fandirk, Lonnie, didn't you too complain about being unable to form your own army? I will hand this batch of prototypes over to you first. Fandirk will be in charge of training the 4 elemental swordcasters, and Lonnie will be in charge of the magic archer. Periodically, we will gather suggestions and new battle techniques. Together, we will perfect this job class. Just as Fandirk and Lonnie happily agreed to my request, I jolted violently. That familiar notification sound echoed in my ears once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered an unranked quest. Lowest epic my struggle. Quest requirements. Do your best to perfect the abilities and techniques of the 4 elemental swordcasters. Open up new advanced job classes and build a new army. Let this brand new job system become the darling of the new era. Quest reward. Based on the completion of the quest, there is no upper limit. If you are able to unearth this job to the level of a semi-god, the reward will also be at the level of a semi-god. Reminder, due to the long duration of the quest, the reward will be triggered and released at irregular intervals. Quest failure penalty, none. However, this is your own path. If you were to fail, your path to the top would come to an end. Without sufficient strength, you would not be able to face the challenges of the experts. Your goals would turn into bubbles in the end. This is already the harshest penalty. System notification. Under your hard work, a brand new battle job class is about to step onto the stage of history. Magical engineering has been brought forward by at least 15 years. The karmic threads leading to the end of the world are already in a mess. All of the prophecies are destined to come to nothing. Well done. Please continue to topple everything. Only then will your insane goals be realized. Furthermore, the massive amount of fate points that you will obtain will allow you to face any opponent, even if she is the legendary creator goddess. What else could be better than this solemn notification sound to prove that I am on the right path? Thus, I smiled gleefully. Fandirk, Lonnie, I will be depending on you too. Right? The name of the new army hasn't been decided yet. Why don't we call it? Please don't. Your naming will affect the morale of the army. If Lord Bastion dares to call him by his nickname, I guarantee that he will be filled with rage in an instant and grow to the size of a small mountain. Your Highness, why don't you let us handle such a small matter? The name of Olive's love egg has already spread far and wide. Initially, she was still happily telling others that it was an alias that you came up with for her, until the opening of the Siren Tracy's adult toy shop. The depressed Olive hasn't stepped out of her house for 10 consecutive days. Everyone is trying to console her. Your talent in naming is too powerful. What if you can't recruit anyone after you name it? Yeah. If the name of the Night Hounds had replaced the Red Hunting Hounds back then, I'm afraid that no one would be able to survive. It is all thanks to Lord Bastion's desperate efforts. Cough, Roland, forget it. This time, the 4 spirits might be a little weird, but it is still acceptable. My opinion of you has changed a little. Everyone knows that your naming standard has been stuck at the level of a primary school student. If another little red, little white, little dog, and so on were to pop out, the face that you managed to regain with great difficulty would be thrown away. Reconsider. All right, those few knight who have been following me are so agitated. Even Adam came out to join in on the commotion. However, Why does that pained look on his face seem more and more like he is trying to stir up trouble? Looking at the agitated crowd surrounding me in an attempt to persuade me, I swallowed back the name that was at the tip of my tongue helplessly. Instead, I could only mutter under my breath. Obviously, the twin-headed Chihuahua army is not bad. It fits the theme and is cute. Since the first completed magic sword is a silver sacred sword, why don't we just call it the Silver Sword Army? As far as I could see, even though everyone had clearly heard my whispers, they all went about their own business and pretended that they hadn't heard me. And when I walked out of the door, the cheers of victory behind me made me even more determined. Later on, I will head to the military to register the name of the army. You shall be the Super Silver Sword Army. Chapter 136. Fresh fruits and vegetables. I'm selling them cheaply. Hey, the one over there, the one who looks really strong. Our construction team is lacking people, and we're providing food and benefits. Do you want to come? Hey, freshly baked bread, buy one, get one free. Which night is it? Nights are half price. Do you want one? All right, 2 copper coins. Tam, your family is back. That's great. It's great that you're back. It's great that you're back. Aren't you intending to leave this time? As I strolled through Donglon City, I saw the busy crowds, the caravans, and the various construction sites. I couldn't help but smile from the bottom of my heart. Rome wasn't built in a day. Even if a large amount of money was poured into the city, the current reconstruction project was still at the stage of cleaning up the old city areas. The supply of resources only slightly improved the citizens' living standards. In reality, the increase in living standards wasn't that great, but what made me happy was that the citizens' mental state was gradually improving. As the Donglon Principality traveled northward, it saw enough suffering and misfortune, and its mood became worse and worse. After encountering misfortune, people would always have bitter expressions, and their eyes would be filled with a numbness and blankness that made one's heart ache. I knew that when a person had no hope for the future, when they believed that their days would only get worse, no matter how strong that person was, their mental state would only get worse and worse. If they didn't even have a future, they would naturally become colder and colder towards others. The reason? It was probably because this country, which had suffered so many misfortunes, was about to face a new calamity. That year, the Mist Kingdom was destroyed, but they didn't fall. In the nearly 100 years since they lost their homeland, they didn't disperse. 200 years ago, when Donglon was gradually eaten away by the neighboring countries, they continued to persevere. 20 years ago, when they lost their last mining area, they continued to fight. 1 year ago, when the old emperor died in battle, they risked their lives to follow the 14-year-old princess in a desperate charge, and they achieved a miraculous victory. They were not supermen with iron wills. They were just mortals who missed their homeland. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, this wasteland of the north was just a useless wasteland, but in the eyes of the people who had lived here for generations, there was too much nostalgia and reluctance to part with this land. Outsiders were unable to understand the nostalgia these northerners had for their homeland. Perhaps they were as firm as the glaciers of the north, but because their roots were here, the stubborn souls of the northerners wished to protect the homeland that their ancestors had created. As long as we don't starve to death, and as long as that flag doesn't fall, we can grit and bear it. But not long ago, they finally couldn't take it anymore. In the year between the old emperor's death and Rain's return with supplies, many people finally chose to leave. I knew that they couldn't be blamed. They didn't, and they didn't go against their oath. The people of the Mist never feared sacrifice or war. They only feared that they wouldn't be able to see the future. When the shadow of war faded, the devastated farmlands and villages were reduced to a desolate state. Winter was approaching, and packs of wolves were loitering around. Yet, there wasn't even any rations for them to survive the winter. When familiar neighbors starved to death or froze to death on the streets, when the life-saving rations for this winter had yet to arrive, even the most optimistic of people would start considering their own path of retreat. I don't care about my worthless life, but my child, he didn't do anything wrong. No one could bear to watch as their child starved to death in front of them. The people of the Mist who left couldn't be blamed at all. Even though they knew that it was impossible for them to return after leaving this time, and that they would most likely die on the dangerous journey, they could only choose to leave. What was even crueler and more ironic was that the departure of these people made the already scarce rations even more effective. In recent years, the winter of last year had the fewest deaths. This cruel reality couldn't be blamed on anyone. If one had to find a scapegoat, it could only be the Mist royalty who didn't fulfill their duty of protecting the Mist Empire. If there were to be more, it could probably be my generation, who had left behind a hidden danger back then. Thus, even though she had already guessed that the Ottoman Empire was up to no good as the last descendant of the Mist, Renee didn't even hold a ceremony to ascend to the throne. She gritted her teeth and continued on her journey. After all, if she didn't do anything, she would be doomed. As long as there was a sliver of hope, she could fight for it. It should be said that there is always a way out. If I had regained my physical body and returned to the surface a year later, the East miscommunal country might not even exist anymore. If it wasn't for my anger towards the Åland Empire's overbearing attitude, I wouldn't have met Rain. At this moment, after the bustling homecoming ceremony 2 days ago, many things had changed. At the very least, the blankness in everyone's eyes had lessened, and their hopes for a beautiful future had increased. Do you see it? The old district in the west of the city has been converted into a military camp. That is Prince Roland's army. Back then, I was the first to rush to the recruitment site. It was a pity that I was just a little bit away from passing. Stop bragging. Who doesn't know that even though there are quite a few armies and regiments that have started recruiting, in reality, the threshold is extremely high. The first test is a physical test. How many sandbags can you carry and how skinny you're like a monkey? You were eliminated in the first test, and you are still bragging that you were just a little bit away? You know so much. Could it be that you are also, at the very least, I made it to the third round? I, Aiken, don't intend to give up. As long as there are more armies formed, I will give it another try. If it really doesn't work, I can even enter the city and become a soldier. Right, there's also the Church of Law. They're also recruiting. It is said that they will teach them combat techniques. Even though he was eliminated as well, that muscular man, Aiken, was showing off with a face full of pride. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed in surprise, as though they had seen some incredible expert. When a country is weak, the people are in danger. In a weak country, the people are lowly. No other race understands this logic better than the people of the Mist who have been through many hardships. Even though the Church of Law was established as the national religion from a certain standpoint, Donglan became a permanently neutral country. Everyone could understand the harsh reality. The beastmen in the north could invade the south at any moment, and the neighboring countries were getting restless. Even if you didn't attack them, they would still attack you. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, in order to achieve true neutrality, one had to possess a powerful strength that could remain neutral in the chaotic situation. Now, the establishment of every new army would become a reason for the citizens to celebrate. After all, this meant that the warriors protecting the country were becoming stronger, and the country was also becoming stronger. At the same time, these new armies could also provide sufficient opportunities for the youngsters to develop. Avalanche Defender, Eternal Wind Knight, one after another, legendary names and occupations jumped out from history. Those legendary heroic deeds attracted the attention of every youngster, and they looked forward to creating history with their own hands. In the past, even though they were enthusiastic about joining the army, it could only be said that they were just trying to make a living. But now, under the premise of protecting the country, they were striving for a future. The enthusiasm of the two couldn't be compared. When the citizens took pride in joining the army, it proved their confidence in the country. Of course, this confidence was in me, the legendary Saint Knight, Prince Roland. But this wasn't the happiest news. The one that left the deepest impression was that the people of the Mist had started to return to their homeland. When the news of the legendary Prince Roland returning to the Mist country with his army spread, when their homeland regained its vitality, even though the situation was still uncertain, the people of the Mist still chose to return. Every day, there would be caravans and individuals returning to their homes. Outside the city gate, There were all kinds of carriages and travelers waiting to enter the city. The streets were filled with people who were returning with hard work but happy expressions. "How is everyone? I'm finally back." "You're back? It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Responses rose one after another, and the returning travelers were filled with curiosity about every single change. Many of them pointed at the army's flag, and it wasn't uncommon for them to grab acquaintances and ask them about it. This was only the beginning. Currently, those who were able to return were the immigrants from the neighboring countries who hadn't traveled too far. As the news spread, the people of the Mist who had left the country in the past 20 to 30 years would start to consider whether they should return or not. When the Mist War flag was raised once more, the people of the Mist who had left the country would reunite once more. Not too far away from me, there was a group of returning travelers. Some of them were wearing thick cotton hats, while others were wearing light feather hats. Judging from their different attire, it was clear that they had returned from different countries. Originally, it was just a gathering of people who had just returned home to discuss their experiences in a foreign land. But in the end, it turned into a gathering of grievances. Even if we were fortunate enough to not meet with any wild beasts or bandits and successfully complete the long journey, who would be willing to leave their homeland without being forced to their limits? Do you think it's good to live in a foreign land and speak an unfamiliar language? Do you think it's good to have the locals look at you as though you are a thief or a barbarian? The feeling of being isolated from the world when you open your eyes and see only foreigners and their language is so confusing that it makes you want to commit suicide. He was a young man, but judging from his dark-eyed bags and depressed face, his calloused hands and rough skin, he seemed to be an old man in his 40s or 50s. Due to the hard work and low spirits, he seemed to have aged beyond his actual age. When you're discriminated against and bullied because of your foreign accent, you don't even dare to argue. Who can understand that kind of indignation? In the midst of the arduous work of making a living, you spend the lonely nights in your homeland alone. You miss your homeland and your family and friends so much that you can't sleep at night. Who can understand that kind of feeling where your heart is torn apart? And as long as you show it, you will be an even more obvious anomaly. This middle-aged man, who was in the prime of his life and should have been the most capable of fighting, was just average. As he spoke, he recalled those past events and got so angry that he slammed his wine cup on the wooden table. It wasn't easy for me to make new friends, but when I was chatting, I accidentally said, "Don Juan? Oh, I know. It's the barbarian tribe that is about to be destroyed. Are you the legendary barbarian princess?" The people around him all laughed. In order not to be isolated, even though he was so angry that he wanted to fight with the other party, he could only try his best to smile and pretend that he didn't care. It's too suffocating, too uncomfortable. The girl who was filled with righteous indignation also said so. From her angry appearance, it seemed that she had also suffered a lot of grievances. After the complaints, there was an inexplicable silence. Everyone suffered a lot. After the silence, someone took the lead to raise his wine cup and face the west of the city where the military camp was. "Thank you, Princess, for supporting this flag for so many years. At least, we are back, and there is still a place for us to return to under this flag. So, everyone be happy. For the beautiful life in the future, cheers." Even though the burden of life had broken his waist, the young man's heart hadn't died yet. He was still looking forward to a beautiful tomorrow. "Thank you, the returning Prince Roland, for giving us a reason to return. No matter what happens in the future, at least I can die in the land of my ancestors. Perhaps we just need a reason to return home." The middle-aged man was much more practical, but his resolve to sacrifice himself made one feel exceptionally heavy and sorrowful. "Thank you," even though it was words of gratitude. The more the toast went on, the sadder it became. Thus, someone couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Hey, don't speak as though you were about to be executed. You didn't see it during the homecoming ceremony that day. His Highness Roland's army is extremely powerful. Those undead knights are elites who have been through hundreds of battles over the past 300 years. They are the heroic spirits of our Mist country. With them as the core to build a new army, we will definitely be invincible. Our country will only grow stronger, and our days will only get better. The one who suddenly interrupted was Aiken, who was bragging about how he overcame all the obstacles but unfortunately failed to be selected. At this moment, he took the initiative to walk over. You guys are thinking too much. You guys don't know how powerful our new guardian is. That Dragon Knight's bone dragon is so huge, even bigger than the city walls. Do you know who he is? He is the last Dragon Knight of our Mist country, and even Prince Roland's subordinate knight is so powerful. He himself, Aiken, was bragging about the homecoming ceremony and his appearance, and he was even more delighted than his own glory. All kinds of rumors were mixed in with the real information, and all kinds of legendary stories were made up. It didn't take long before I became a semi-god monster with a 9-foot waist, 9 heads, and wings that could spit fire. The returning travelers were curious about what had happened in the past few days. Even though Aiken's words were obviously boastful and nonsensical, they still got more and more excited. Under the constant questioning from the audience, Aiken's words became more and more energetic. Whenever he went overboard, someone would interrupt him to correct him, and the atmosphere in the tavern became even more heated. You guys, how rare is this opportunity? So many Ace Knight are building their own army, and they have to teach them step by step. You don't even know that during the examination, all the nobles in the country came, but they were all rejected. Aiken, am actually just a little short every time. Who knows, as long as I can pass this test, I might be able to become a knight under Prince Roland. That wouldn't just be my personal glory, it would also be the glory of the next few generations of my Eddie's family. If I were to hear this news, my dead father would probably crawl up in joy. Go away. You have already failed so many times, and you still have the cheek to brag. I think there's no hope for you. You should join the city defense army as a soldier. Just you wait. I swear that I won't rest until I become a knight. After I finish this cup, I will try out the newly formed Silver Cross Squadron. Do you dare to follow me? Why wouldn't I dare? Let's go together. All right. These fellows' faces turned red as they spoke, and they became more and more agitated. They started dancing, and they were just short of rushing out to register for the examination. The Silver Cross Squadron has to learn how to use the power of the elements. This fellow's intelligence doesn't even reach 9. It's impossible for him to pass. The Silver Cross Squadron was the magic sword and magic spear squadron that Fanderk and Lanny were currently building. After my Silver Sword Squadron was mercilessly rejected by the crowd, the emblem of a cross between a sword and a staff, which represented magic and martial arts, became the origin of the squadron's name. I already knew the selection criteria for that squadron. Looking at the muscular Aiken, who was still bragging in the crowd, I shook my head. While I didn't think that he would be selected, I smiled and left 3 copper coins on the table, preparing to pay the bill and leave. Aiken, is it? Let's write it down first. At the very least, he has a sharp tongue. I can ask Kelly if they lack any advertising talents. At this moment, I was swaggering around casually, but I didn't have to worry about being recognized. Uncle, a cup of fruit wine is only 2 copper coins. Give me your tip. I'm happy today. That's right. That teenage boy actually called me Big Brother because my current appearance really was that of a middle-aged uncle. The time distortion ring that could alter one's appearance and age was the best disguise. Just by changing one's age, putting on a wig and a fake beard, I didn't believe that anyone would associate a middle-aged knight with Prince Roland. Of course, I was happy. How could the adorable citizens of the Mist before me not make me happy? Strolling along the streets. Even though it wasn't my job to observe the emotions of the citizens, the energetic faces of the citizens before me gave me some confidence. Even if the standard of living was still tough, even if there was a high possibility of war in the future, as long as the citizens believed that the future was beautiful and that the country would become better, they would be able to face it with a smile. As long as they trusted me, I was confident that I could bring them out of this quagmire. They'll just take the opportunity to visit incognito. It definitely isn't to avoid the endless paperwork and administrative work. Darn it. Letting me look over the logistics of the army and the next year's agriculture. Are you intending to tire me to death? Looking at the time, the royal palace should have noticed that I had slipped away by now. I recalled that Kelly, who often gave people surprises, was probably handling the endless administrative work on my behalf. Considering that Kelly would probably take the initiative to look for some entertainment after burying herself in the sea of bitterness, I was considering the possibility of not returning tonight. I'm not trying to shirk my responsibilities. Rather, I'm trusting my subordinates and delegating them to me. I'll tell them this when I get back. For safety's sake, I should bring some desserts to coax them. I remember that there's a decent cake shop nearby. Considering Kelly's personality of making others suffer without paying for it, I felt that it would be best to bribe her. Based on her past records, she seemed to be fond of sweets. However, when I was looking for a cake shop, I saw a cake shop first. My good mood instantly vanished. Looking at the signboard in front of me, I was at a loss for words. His Highness Roland's direct subordinate, the Absolute Gentleman Alliance, is currently recruiting members. Do you wish to serve His Highness Roland? Do you wish to obtain the opportunity to become a priority candidate for the Royal Knight Squadron? Welcome to the Absolute Gentleman Alliance. We are His Highness' most trusted subordinate squadron. We can speak directly to His Highness. All right then, I had created this mercenary group out of a whim, but I didn't really manage it after I arrived in Definder. Now that I was no longer managing it, it was naturally Beifeng who took over as the vice captain. Looking at the mercenary group's headquarters on the 3rd floor and the number of people coming and going, it was obvious that this mysterious organization had been strengthened. As for using my name to recruit people, I didn't have any objections. After all, no matter how I looked at it, this mercenary group was indeed still under my control. However, what I was worried about was still, as long as you can prove that you are also an absolute gentleman who understands true love, you can also directly become one of us without going through any tests. I didn't even know how to comment on this recruitment notice. Did they think that they didn't have enough freaks and gentlemen? But when I walked in, filled with righteous indignation, I heard an even more speechless, tearful complaint. Why? Why did you reject my offer to join? I am obviously a true, big-breasted fanatic. I'm also not accepted by the people of the world. Shallow. Just because of a characteristic, you love it? Doesn't that mean that anyone can join as long as they fit the characteristic? Do you think that a true gentleman is such a shallow thing? Your understanding of true love is too shallow. Momo's furious rebuke reverberated through the corridor, but I felt the urge to turn around and run. This is what I have heard. All appearances are fabricated. If all appearances are not true, then you will see the Tathagata. Young man, you are bewitched. A true gentleman loves the beauty within the false outer shell. We have abandoned the illusory image to reach the truth. Yet, you have lost your original heart for that characteristic, thus falling into a disadvantageous position. Hearing these words that sounded like that of an enlightened monk, I was stunned. It took a long while before I could comprehend it. But Cassio's explanation had already reached my ears. What Big Brother means is that you're just a fake gentleman who is obsessed with a certain characteristic. A true gentleman loves something because it is from the bottom of his heart, and not because of a temporary characteristic. True love comes from the heart, and not from the outside. Not to mention the audience in the room. Even I was stunned by his words. In the midst of love and desire, man comes and goes alone, lives and dies alone, and has no one to replace him. Our paths are different. What Big Brother means is that we live in this world, but our hearts are lonely. Our desires are too unique because it is difficult for us to find a close friend who can confide in us. However, you're not a close friend of ours, so please leave. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. What is this and what? This is almost becoming a gentleman's philosophy? If this goes on, wouldn't I start a cult that worships Beifeng? Speak human words. However, the moment I rushed in with a furious roar, I immediately regretted it. The moment the door opened, Momo, who had been waiting for a long time, hugged me. Little Rolo, I knew that you were outside. I have been waiting for you for a long time. While I was resisting the Dark Elf Knight, I could still hear the infuriating explanation from the other side. All that exists is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. Like dew and lightning, this is how one should view it. Good, our path is not lonely. What Big Brother means is that, look at that Momo. She doesn't even need to use her eyes. Just by relying on her intuition, she can see through all illusions and know that the middle-aged man is her favorite Shota. This is what a gentleman should be. Wait a minute. Big Sister Momo's favorite Shota, isn't that? Prince Roland. Hurry up and run. What Big Brother means is, hurry up and run. All right, looking at these guilty gentlemen scattering like birds and beasts, there is no longer any possibility for me to kill them all, other than the female elf who is entangling me like an octopus. There's a familiar figure. Roland. Long time no see. Amelia. All laws are born from fate, and all laws are destroyed by fate. Prince Roland, this female elf has been following fate for a long time, and you have been guided here by fate. Great. What Big Brother means is that you are in deep trouble. This time, Cassio's explanation was finally interrupted. Shut up. Shut up. Chapter 137. Even though the ground hasn't frozen yet, the winds of the northern lands have already turned cold. Based on the previous years, the first snow would fall in at most 2 months. The 7 months of unbearable winter would be the toughest and most dangerous challenge for all life. Survival of the fittest, eliminating the weak while keeping the strong. There is nothing more suitable than the harsh nature to be the final heartless and cold-blooded examiner. In the northern lands, the short end of autumn isn't a suitable time to travel. Who knows, we might end up stuck in some dangerous place due to the first snow. But it's a pity that I don't have the right to be picky. On the day of spring next year, the Beastman army would probably head south. By then, it would be impossible for us to leave. Making full use of the remaining time to do more things is the most important thing right now. Mixed Blood Dominion, huh? One embarrassing past. But it's probably the only way out. The official name of the Mixed Blood Dominion is Cheryl Dominion, but not many people use this name. After all, that piece of land is also an embarrassing relic of history. After a war between different races, the defeated country would usually lose a large amount of land and citizens. Especially the women who were plundered would usually become the spoils of war for the victors. Furthermore, the long reign of the other races would also mean the birth of a large number of embarrassing mixed bloods. Most of the northern lands, including the Mist Kingdom, were once occupied by the beastmen who invaded south for almost 100 years. When the demons invaded, they didn't do much good either. Along with them, several elf tribes who had a large share in the slave trade were also affected. Thus, there are quite a few mixed bloods like beastmen, half-demons, and half-elves in this land. Of course, the majority of them are still beastmen. Of course, these quite a few are still a negligible number in the perspective of country. But when the human kingdoms reclaimed this land, while the enslaved humans were cheering, these newborns who were caught in the cracks became very awkward. Their identity as mixed bloods allowed them to live better lives than normal humans when they were under the rule of the other races. But from a certain perspective, they're also fated to become targets of resentment. When the other races were chased back to their homeland, these beastmen obviously couldn't stay in their homeland. The characteristics of the other races on them would remind others of that painful history. As long as there was a slight friction, and someone with the intention shouted a few provocative slogans, perhaps it would turn into an uncontrollable racial feud. Not to mention, many beastmen aren't kind people. During the era of the beastmen's rule, in order to express their standpoint, they were extremely cruel to their human compatriots. The most horrifying tragedies often come from the hands of these bastards who were embarrassed by their own standpoint. When the humans reclaimed this land that had been lost for 100 years, the great trial and bloody vengeance that followed caused most of the mixed bloods to be sent to the gallows. As for those who couldn't be found guilty or were too young, they were sentenced to exile. This was the past before the re-establishment of the Donglan Principality, which is also the era of the founding emperor of Donglan, Charles I. In the crazy era where even the slightest bit of connection with the beastmen could be used as a reason for the death penalty, the mixed bloods who were able to survive the unfair vengeance trials were usually children and women who had no ability to survive at all. Even those beastmen who were known to be friendly towards humans were only allowed to bring a few belongings with them at most. At that time, in front of the people who were blinded by the desire for vengeance, no one dared to speak up for those beastmen. Otherwise, wouldn't they die a wrongful death if they were to be labeled as a beastman spy? In that crazy era, not a single country was willing to accept these mixed bloods. The border to the Beastmen Highlands was sealed. The few who managed to cross the border didn't have a good ending either. They became the objects of the defeated to vent their anger. The so-called exile to these weaklings was actually no different from a death sentence. The only difference was that they didn't execute them personally. Instead, they chose to leave them to fend for themselves in the cruel nature. If the Mist Kingdom was the dark history of the entire human kingdom, then these mixed bloods would probably be the dark history of the entire Northern Lands. When all the countries rejected their entry and used the night to drive them away, the helpless mixed bloods could only migrate to an uninhabited land in the mountains. As time passed, when everyone started to forget about them, thinking that they had died in the snow and the hordes of beasts in the depths of the mountains, in that miraculous valley, a newly born independent region appeared, Cheryl Autonomous Region. The current Cheryl Autonomous Region wasn't the pure mixed bloods autonomous region. It was 200 years ago. Even though it wasn't recognized by any country, it had become a paradise for those without borders and those without laws. Humans, beastmen, and elf could be seen here, but most of them were the mixed bloods who had unique characteristics. For example, the young warrior outside the carriage. He had the cat ears and sharp claws of a cat-type beastman, but a long lizard tail and the lower body of centaur. Clearly, he was the product of multiple mixed bloods. As for the ranger in the shadows, he had beautiful white feathers, as though he had the bloodline of a bird-type beastman. However, the normal left arm and the long lizard-scaled arm on the right made him seem extremely incongruous. This is heaven. A certain beastmaster, who was becoming more and more philosophical, looked at this paradise and its residents. He instantly abandoned his way of speaking, which was becoming more and more difficult to understand. His words were so direct that it was impossible for others to evaluate him. At this moment, surrounded by so many mixed bloods, he was enjoying himself to the point of forgetting about his duties. He kept taking the initiative to chat with the other party, and judging from how they were putting their arms around each other's shoulders, it seemed that the mixed blood warrior with the bloodline of a centaur was unable to escape from this old fox's skilled hands. When we first arrived at this border checkpoint, these half-beastmen weren't very friendly towards us. Some of them threatened us with their weapons, and the ranger in the trees kept aiming his arrows at us. After I showed the merchant certificate issued by the Donlon Principality, not only did their attitude become much gentler, the inspection of our caravan wasn't as detailed as the previous caravan, and they even started chatting happily with the guards, which gave a certain man an opportunity to sneak in. Does Donlon have a good relationship with Cheryl Autonomous Region? Heloise, who was lying on my head, was forced to leave after completing her evolution. Currently, she was so dispirited that she didn't want to move at all. Every day, she would lay on my head with a displeased expression. Donlon has a good relationship with all the powers that are viewed as enemies by the human society, but there are other reasons why they have a good relationship with Cheryl Autonomous Region. That was a dark history that had been unraveled by time. When the mixed bloods were fortunate enough to find a valley in the mountains that was suitable for living, when the Cheryl Autonomous Region had just been established, the former King Charles, who had been feeling uneasy, had secretly provided aid to the mixed bloods when they were short of food and clothing. Initially, I only intended to help the innocent and the descendants of the mist, but seeing how pitiful it was, I decided to lend them a hand. All right, more importantly, if you were to only give food and clothing to the descendants of the mist, they would be snatched away the next moment. This was equivalent to harming their lives. Thus, in the end, I could only help them. Fortunately, we were still wealthy during those years. When a paragraph from the diary of the former king was unearthed, the 30 years of aid that the Cheryl Autonomous Region provided became the reason why, even after 200 years, the Cheryl Autonomous Region still viewed the Donglan Principality as its only sibling country. In the past few years, the two countries that were vaguely ostracized by the entire northern lands got closer and closer. Their close interactions further strengthened the relationship between the two countries. Even foreign merchants who wanted to enter Cheryl would find a way to obtain a merchant certificate from Donglan. Many of the authoritative figures in Cheryl Autonomous Region admitted that they were descendants of the Mist. What was worth mentioning was that the warm valley in the middle of the mountains was one of the few granaries in the northern lands. After the tables turned, the residents of this land started to help the descendants of the former King Charles who were in dire straits. If not for the Cheryl Autonomous Region's borrowing of food, the collapse of Donglan would have been brought forward by many years. This time, I was accompanied by a batch of medicine and other resources that the northern lands lacked. These were definitely good goods that couldn't be bought with money in the northern lands, and it was also an overpayment from the Donglan Principality for the food that they had accumulated over the years. Allowing them to owe a debt wasn't considered a favor. Allowing a company that could go bankrupt at any moment to owe a debt and be prepared to lose everything at any moment, while still allowing them to borrow more life-saving food. This was indeed a huge favor. Since the Cheryl Autonomous Region hadn't forgotten the favor that Charles had done for them back then, Donglan would naturally remember to repay this favor. The good relationship between the two countries was also the reason why I chose to make it my first stop on this trip. In other countries that were filled with hostility and unfamiliar with the land, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything in this short amount of time. However, an accident gave me a new motive for this trip. Senior Amelia, what do you think of this land? Is it suitable for your plants to grow? Will you be able to cultivate the new seedlings that I want here? How can it be that fast? I still need time to experiment and verify it. Right? Don't forget what you promised me. I won't forget, all right? Recalling the promise that we made under the city walls, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It all started from the coincidental meeting half a month ago. My 7 original sins are unparalleled in the world. They are much stronger than your weeds. Reweeds? Hee hee, you really dare to say that. The Archmage who had her head lowered suddenly laughed maniacally. Countless shadows spread out from behind her. The wind carried a sense of danger and the sour and sweet smell of venom. The blood-colored, man-eating demonic creatures stirred in the shadows. Woo! As if feeling the wrath of the Creator, a certain creature seemed to be crying softly. Gigantic vines grew furiously in the shadows, and sharp mouths with jagged teeth appeared on the green leaves. Even though the man-eating flower saliva was dripping right in front of me and the poisonous vines were about to wrap around me, I didn't move at all, as if I didn't see anything at all. I knew that although she was definitely the one who had killed the most out of all the people I knew and had the least sense of conscience, if she were to make a move now, it would be the same as admitting defeat. People of the same trade were enemies. When scholars met, especially when their fields of research overlapped and their opinions differed greatly, they would usually start by mocking each other. Then, they would start by shouting at each other and end by slamming bricks on each other. However, if that scholar obtained victory through murder, it would mean that she admitted that she was unable to defeat her opponent in the academic field and could only use such methods to eliminate her opponent. That would be a complete defeat at the root of the problem. As expected, the Archmage Amelia, who had acted as if she wanted to kill me the moment we met, finally restrained her anger under my mocking. She retracted her dangerous man-eating plants and returned to the battle of words. The 7 original sins? You haven't gathered all of them yet, right? Gluttony, wrath, and that newly unsealed pride. That's only 3, right? I recently made greed and envy. I'm only 2 away from completing all of them. What about you? Have you gathered all of your 7 virtues? Could it be that you only have the temperance and diligence from more than 100 years ago? I even made humility to deal with your pride. Interesting. There's no proof. Take it out and let me see. Hearing this, Amelia fell silent. Based on my understanding of her, she disdained lying. There was most likely another reason why she couldn't take it out now. If it wasn't for that damned Adam who broke my baby, All right then, hearing this, I paused in surprise for a moment before wiping away my cold sweat. I was glad that I had escaped from a calamity, but then I became angry. If Amelia's new toy was in perfect condition, she would probably take it out and show it off to me. With my current abilities, I would probably be instantly killed. However, I didn't feel any gratitude towards Adam, because I understood the hidden meaning behind her words. All right, you Adam Hahn. Who was it that leaked information about me, causing this otaku girl who never leaves her house and doesn't care about outside matters to choose to go out? Besides, I finally understand why you've been acting so strangely for the past few days. You intentionally didn't warn me so that you could watch me make a fool out of myself? But now wasn't the time to think about anything else. Taking advantage of the fact that Amelia was weak, I used my trump card. Do you still remember Teacher Heloise? Now she's my greed. Hey, silly cat, wake up. I'm waiting for you to save me. Ever since she ate the dark god's breath of death, Heloise had been drowsy, as though she was preparing to evolve once more. But now, it was time for her to appear to save me. Teacher Heloise? Isn't she a banshee? After I took out that silly cat, I didn't need to say anything else. That slime monster with the appearance of a cat alien was more convincing than anything else. Thus, while Amelia was focused on studying the sleeping silly cat, I finally had the leisure to ask what happened and why this fellow would come knocking on our door. Let me explain. That day, not long after we put up our signboard, this lady said that she was your old acquaintance and wanted to give you a surprise. So, she wanted us to inform you. However, Big Brother said that he could feel that she was of the same kind as us, but also your enemy. So he kept delaying her. That lady always locked herself in her room, as though she was researching something. As time passed, she seemed to have forgotten to ask about it, until you came knocking on our door. Hearing this, I didn't know what to say. Perhaps they really did have good intentions, but it could only be said that they were lucky to be able to survive until now. You guys dare to stay in the headquarters of the Mage Country's perverted murder case that spanned over 100 years? She even dared to commit crimes in the Cloud Tower for the sake of experimental subjects and inspiration. You guys, wait a moment, Big Brother. You are? He was a tall and muscular man, and under his tight leather clothing were muscles that were as sturdy as a statue's. He wore a pair of glasses that blocked out the light, and his calm and expressionless face gave off a feeling that he was an abnormally reliable existence. Pierre Papin, the new number 2 of our true love siblings. We all call him Yanai Papa-san. All right then, I took back my evaluation of him as reliable. Merely being a new member of the true love siblings was still the best explanation. Do you have a daughter? Yep. I love my daughter Yanai deeply, more than myself, more than anything in the world. This is also the reason why everyone allowed me to join the true love siblings. Hearing this, I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This was just a case of having a daughter complex, so it was still acceptable. Yanai is a ship, and she's a battleship. All right then, Momo's words instantly made me understand. As expected, things like gentlemen would increase in value if left unattended. So this guy was a shipgirl complex. I've heard that sailors who live overseas for a long time will view their ships as women. I can understand. I really can understand. Although I said that, I silently took 2 steps back, distancing myself from this group of gentlemen who were becoming more and more ridiculous. His second brother Papin, I told you that you were overthinking things. How could the prince not understand you? He's the king of gentlemen himself. You're only 0 for Beifong, but he's 10 Beifong in Sulphur Mountain City. However, Momo's explanation was unnecessary. At this moment, Yanai Papa-san had sunk into a mysterious frenzy. It's not such a superficial fetish. Don't compare those vulgar things to Yanai. Yanai is the cutest girl in the world. Do other ships have such towering turrets? Do they have such smooth and beautiful decks? Was there a ship with such a beautiful curve? There are. Looking at this unique daughter complex who had entered a frenzied state, I couldn't help but sigh helplessly. As expected, it was impossible for there to be normal people in the Gentleman Alliance. How could siblings who truly loved each other fall in love with a normal existence? All right, regardless of a new gentleman who was still singing That warm engine room. Oh, that charming main shaft. I turned my gaze over there. Amelia was already squatting on the ground with a depressed expression, muttering softly to herself. A half-dead undead? How is that possible? This should involve the height of the creator. Did he improve again? Could it be that I've regressed? Seeing her in this state made me feel good. However, if I were to drag on for a while longer, if she really gave up on her last shred of dignity, she might go berserk and interrogate me for my technical information. It was impossible for me to defeat her now, so I offer my bait. Senior Amelia, as long as you help me with two things, I'll help you reach a higher level. Chapter 138. Roar. A huge wave of zombies is approaching. My plants will tear you to shreds. The gray zombies wobbled their way over. The abomination that acted as a meat shield was at the front, while the dense zombie army followed behind. Meanwhile, in the clouds on the opposite side, pea cannoneers suddenly rushed out of the soil and angrily spat out green pea bullets. Meanwhile, the furious watermelon grenadiers threw out explosive watermelons one after another. The explosive watermelon grenades exploded with a lethal shockwave, causing mushroom clouds to form. Without the support of conventional magic, the zombie army that mainly focused on close-range combat could only move slowly in the rain of bullets. Although they suffered huge losses in their advance, their huge numbers still made them a huge threat. When the two armies met, an intense melee battle had just begun. The most ordinary zombies collided with the nut defenders that were wielding heavy shields. The grayish-brown, poisonous zombies took the initiative to detonate themselves. Green and gray poisonous clouds rose continuously. The plants that came into contact with the poisonous liquid and fog rapidly withered and died. No man's land appeared on the battlefield. On the side of the plants, although they were unable to move due to their roots, the plants that drew energy from the earth had an endless supply of ammunition. Perhaps they were unable to be as fearless as the brainless zombies, but at the very least, when the warriors in front of them fearlessly blocked their opponents, they could drown their opponents with countless cannon fire. Soon, the fierce cannon fire of the plant army caused a gap in the zombie army's battle line. When the plant's counterattack was about to begin, someone couldn't sit still anymore. Death will. Undead race collective speed up. Thus, when a mastermind realized that the zombie army wasn't in a good situation, he took action. He used up the last army command. When the black mist spread, all the zombies began to increase their speed in a frenzy. Not only did the frenzied zombies increase their speed, but the will of death also increased their fighting spirit. They were so frenzied that they began to dig out their intestines and throw them at their enemies. Protection of the forest and sunlight. Within 30 minutes, the attack speed and vitality of all plants will be doubled. Following the orders of the plant army's commander, the pea shooter's bullets formed a line, while the durian heavy cannons and watermelon grenadiers' firepower was even fiercer. The entire front line was filled with explosions, and countless zombies were blown into the sky. In the end, the zombie army could only helplessly choose to fight a battle of attrition with the plant cannons that were even more berserk than before. When the newly born cherry of rage jumped out and started self-destructing in a frenzy, blowing up the zombie army's main force, the berserk zombie army no longer had the combat power to break through the enemy's firing line. In the end, I had no choice but to kill the rest of the zombies under the fierce artillery fire. Winner! Great Wizard Amelia. As the brilliance dissipated, the battlefield in front of them turned back into a gigantic chessboard. The zombies' chess pieces were dim, while the plants' chess pieces were covered in a white brilliance, as if they were ready to make a move. This is currently the most popular Magic chess game, Zombies vs. Plants series. Of course, the inventor and producer is me. What we are playing isn't a regular game, but a simulation of a real battle that has certain requirements for the user. As for the normal version sold to the public, it only uses small chess pieces made of magic oak, which isn't nearly as nimble as this realistic fantasy. By the way, due to the fact that in less than a month, there were already 4 different versions of this game, and it has already started to be sold to other countries, This series is also known as the vampire swindler who sells zombies. Sigh, this new version is still too unbalanced. Even if the zombies have the advantage in numbers, their chances of victory are still too low. The plant's explosions are too strong, and charging into the front line of fire would consume too much of their military strength. Looks like there's still a need to tweak the balance. In the next version, let's reduce the firepower of the German droll faction. Losers really do know how to find excuses. Why don't we add 2 new chess pieces for the zombies, a bone dragon and a lich? However, those wouldn't be zombies, and they wouldn't be considered as Zombies vs. Plants 3-Sword and Magic Edition. Forget it. Names are just as important as integrity, so it doesn't matter. Let's just add them in the next version. Up to you. Based on the rules of balance, in order to satisfy the consumers, both sides have to add troops of the same tier. If you add a lich, I add a Demon World Spirit Grass. If you add a Bone Dragon, I add a Bloodthorn Wall. In the end, I will still be the winner. Amelia smiles brightly. To be able to win against me twice a day, she loves this game to death. However, can this really allow me to understand the secrets of life and enter a new stage? Although it is enjoyable, why do I feel like I don't understand anything at all? After inventing this game together with me, she became addicted to it. Along the way, we invented Zombies vs. Plants Tower Defense Edition, Zombies vs. Plants King of Fighters Edition, Zombies vs. Plants World of Warcraft Edition, and a series of other money-scamming games. After playing happily for the past few days, she finally remembered the root of everything, raising her ability to create things. Thus, facing this doubt that she finally remembered, I smiled. Of course, I can't. This is just a pure game. All right, put away your man-eating flower. Let me explain. You liar. Playing with me again. Toying with my feelings again. I will never listen to you again. After realizing that she was fooled again, the shrieking Amelia becomes hysterical. Her phoenix eyes shine with frenzied blood tattoos, and her long hair starts to turn to plants. Blood sprouts start to grow along the ends of her hair. The domain of plants is expanding. Soon, it will probably be a real-life version of Zombies vs. Plants. As a zombie who is about to be beaten up, I feel a lot of pressure. However, I have a trump card. I'll give you 1/10 of the money from selling the game. That how much? The original version of this game is already selling well. As long as our manufacturing skills keep up, adding up the various money-scamming versions, we will definitely be able to give you a few 100,000 gold coins. All right, just a second ago, it was a storm. In the next second, everything calms down. That frenzied, which from before disappears without a trace. What is left is a gentle senior who is quietly sipping on red tea and smiling at me. This isn't because Amelia is greedy for money, but because the job of mage is a money-burning commodity. The higher the level of a mage, the more bottomless their pockets are. Of course, archmages can also sell their products to earn a huge profit. Not to mention that Amelia is an experimental maniac. She doesn't have the ability to manage budgets. She also doesn't have much time to think about the returns of her products. Even if she occasionally earns some money, she would immediately invest it into new experiments. Thus, she's exceptionally friendly toward sponsors. Now that she hears that there is money to be made, she immediately turns into a business model for spendthrift people. Wrong? She's a sponsor, not a spendthrift? That's right. Amelia is someone who casually invests without considering the expected returns. To dare to invest in this frenzied mage who loses as much as she invests, isn't that a spendthrift? According to Marguerite, Amelia doesn't even have her own research department. It has already gone bankrupt. Later on, it was revealed that she embezzled public funds and was kicked out of her position as the truth overseer. Now, even her teacher's salary is being used to pay off her debts. It's quite strange for a semi-god mage to be in such a state. The mage country is filled with merchants who invest in new products. However, her reputation in the investment industry is so bad that she can't even scam many spendthrift people. She can only use her own students to do hard labor and run projects, using the students' small projects to support her research projects. Not to mention, this isn't just a game. These functional plant chess pieces should have given you plenty of hints. I don't believe that after these few days of training, your plant army planning and coordination have not improved at all. At the very least, you should have some inspiration and ideas for designing new plant army types. Amelia nods. This is the truth. Although it is still far from what I expected, it's not like she didn't gain anything. At our level, it's easier said than done to take another step forward. Be patient. Have I not done what I promised? Hearing me say that I will keep my promises, the teacup that Senior is holding in her left hand is crushed by her grip. Even though her right hand catches the falling teacup in time, and even though Senior is still smiling, judging from her trembling arms and twitching eyes, she is clearly on the verge of going berserk again. Junior, you really dare to say it. Back then, who was the one who said that we should throw away those boring ethical restraints and explore the mysteries of life together? I thought that I found a rare confidant and was overjoyed. In the end, after you obtained all of my research materials, you disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then, a report letter was sent to the Truth Overseers Parliament, almost causing me to be unable to stay in the Cloud Tower anymore. Did I do all of that back then? I'm sorry, reincarnation causes too much damage to my memory, so I can't remember. We should look forward and forget about those boring past events. Right, how did you settle it in the end? Forget? Of course I lied. Back then, this fellow had no limits. Even I, who doesn't have many limits, couldn't stand it anymore. If I don't make things difficult for her, who else should I make things difficult for? However, I am rather curious. Back then, I directly threw a report letter about her using students and living humans for experiments in the Truth Symposium's conference room. There were at least 5 Truth Overseers present. So how did she settle it? It's nothing much. Back then, my teacher helped me temporarily suppress it. Then, I killed a Truth Overseer who refused to let go of me and replaced him. Then, I paid a price to make the other Truth Overseers turn a blind eye to it. Damn it, if it wasn't for the fact that I can only use death row prisoners for my experiments, how could I have improved so quickly? You were only able to break through your limits because you were able to obtain experimental materials on the battlefield. As expected, you should collect as many experimental materials as you want. Hee, there are no annoying supervisors here. Her hysterical laughter makes my hair stand on end. I know that she really will do as she says, so I hurriedly stop her. Of course, it's impossible to directly stop her, as she is someone who doesn't listen to advice. Do you have any suitable research topics right now? After collecting a large amount of experimental materials, we will most likely have to flee. It would be a waste to waste them on normal research topics. After 2 years, there will be countless experimental materials for you to choose from. Also, compared to humans who die easily, the tenacious beastmen are more suitable to be experimental subjects. For the next 2 years, you should just work on your theories and accumulate some temporary abilities. Hearing my words, she looks at me in a daze, and only after a long while does she speak. As expected, you're the one who understands me the best. When the others heard me say that, they would either start to scold me, or they would be scared to death. They wouldn't be able to understand how glorious a sacrifice it is to contribute to my research. You are still too soft-hearted to actually tell the truth to the experimental subjects. I usually just seal their mouths and throw them on the experiment table. As they scream, they go silent. Yeah, I'm a girl after all, so I'm too soft-hearted. Previously, that death row prisoner scolded me so harshly, but in order to prevent him from dying from the pain, I first anesthetized him before dissecting him. That anesthetic can at least be exchanged for a bag of new seeds. Hearing that, even if I go along with her words to make her happy, I wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Dissecting him alive and saying that she is soft-hearted, isn't she afraid of divine punishment? Looks like she is still an extremely dangerous person who doesn't view other lives as humans. Her seemingly gentle appearance is just a cover for the madness in her heart. I still overestimated her bottom line and moral integrity. Cough, cough. Let's put aside the experimental topics for now and think about how to earn research funds. If we were to introduce this Zombies versus Plants Sword and Magic Edition to the market, what kind of improvements do we have to make? Actually, we can change our marketing strategy. It would be too stupid to sell all the chess pieces and chessboards at once. We can sell them separately. Let's hear the details. If the chess pieces aren't complete, wouldn't it be impossible to play? Would the users still be willing to buy it? Stupid. You can only put the basic chess pieces and the original chessboard in the set. If you want advanced and special chess pieces, you will have to spend money. Of course, advanced chess pieces can't break the balance too much. As long as they have a slightly unique appearance and characteristics, they can be sold repeatedly for money. Right? The original is called the basic pack, so we can call it the expansion pack. As long as we release a limited number of new expansion packs every year, we will be able to sell well every year. We can also add a lottery factor. Each expansion pack will have a special chess piece that will only appear when the other party swears to never play again. To target the younger players, we can also classify the rarity of the chess pieces. The more precious it is, the more it is worth showing off. I don't believe that we can't empty the pockets of children. Oh, I have a whole new level of respect for you. You're practically a business genius. The rumors of you not being good at management are just rumors. It's Marguerite criticizing me again. It's not that I'm not good at management, I'm just too lazy to do so. Furthermore, these are all things I use to fool the sponsors. Only by selling the results of a research several times and selling it to a few people can I make a killing. Looking at this gleeful bad mage, I finally understand why, despite her astonishing strength and her ability to make discoveries that could shock the world, her reputation in the investment world is still so bad. You can still be saved if you scam someone once, but if you scam someone for 100 to 200 years and scam thousands of people, it would be foolish for anyone to look for you to invest. It's despicable, but I like it. Let's earn a lot together. If this kind of action is targeted at a small number of people, it would naturally cause the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the gods. However, since it seems to be targeted at an uncertain market, there's no reason for me to give up on such a good idea. As expected, you are the one who understands me. All right, let's not talk about how many children were frightened by this sinister laughter of mine. Let's not talk about how this Zombies vs. Plants, Sword and Magic Edition, was cursed by many while selling like hotcakes. The reason why I spent so much time creating this unconventional game wasn't just to earn money. Another round. This time, the zombies will definitely win. Is there anyone who wants to start a bet? Then Mom, I want it too. Can you buy a set for me? Oak is fine. So the undead aren't that scary after all. They can't even defeat plants. At this moment, we were playing chess on an empty field in a plaza. We were surrounded by spectators. At this moment, the simplified version of Zombies vs. Plants chess that we brought was already selling like hotcakes. The spectators bought the chess pieces, and they weren't satisfied even after watching one round. They were even more enthusiastic and wanted us to play another round. The consumers were God, especially the consumers who were willing to pay. And so, after chatting for a while on the stage, we started again. It's said that the Donglan Principality has the God of Law as its national religion. As long as one doesn't commit a crime, even demons and undead are accepted. It's said that even Drool has established his own academy in Definder. For an undead mage's item to be displayed on the streets and even be sold as a product, perhaps it's true. Can they accept mixed bloods? It's said that Definder has recently opened many new high schools that provide students with all sorts of powerful professions. Perhaps I could send my mistress there to study. Earning money was just a side effect. Displaying undead magic in broad daylight in a way that was acceptable to the world would allow the residents of Cheryl Autonomous Region to understand and accept the changes that had occurred in East Mist. That was my main goal for this job. Definder's newly established academies are recruiting students. They are providing specialized training for Drool, Engineer, Alchemist, Undead Mage, Law Knight, and other combat jobs. The number of slots is limited, so if you want to change your fate and life, don't miss this opportunity. Hurry up. We have the recruitment materials here. You can get them for free. The recruitment staff that I brought with me was making use of the time to shout and attract the attention of the spectators. There were already people who were willing to go to Donglan to take a look. Finally, the people who had been watching from the shadows couldn't restrain themselves any longer and walked out. Your Highness Roland, Lord Gagalal invites you over for a chat. These are his exact words. We have seen your sincerity. Perhaps it's time for us to talk about an alliance. After being mysteriously ignored for a week, on the third day that I started spreading the news to the citizens, I finally received an invitation from the Cheryl Lord. It seemed that there was something that needed to be discussed. Chapter 139. The alliance was agreed upon from the start. After all, without an invitation of sufficient weight, it is impossible for the upper echelons of a country to casually visit another country. It was only natural that I was given the cold shoulder. They only invited an ordinary diplomatic envoy, but I was the one who came. It was equivalent to setting a bait to catch a carp, only to catch a whale instead. Naturally, the fisherman was unable to accept it. It would have been fine if it was just an ordinary diplomatic exchange. However, the envoy from Donglan seemed to be plotting something big. The moment they entered the city, almost 100 carriages unloaded their goods at the plaza. Furthermore, they even announced that, thanks to Cheryl Autonomous Region's many years of help, we will be giving you gifts while repaying the debt. Every citizen can receive a small gift. Less than 300 small gifts were all snatched up in less than a day. However, the citizens who heard the news had already spread the news. Probably, everyone knew that Cheryl had come to Donglan's envoy, led by the legendary Prince Roland. A man's name was like the shadow of a tree. When this legendary figure who popped out from the legends suddenly paid a visit, the reception staff of Cheryl Autonomous Region panicked. Generally speaking, it was common sense for two countries to receive people of the same rank equally. It was also a form of respect for the host to be of a higher rank. For example, the sovereign of the host country could receive the leader of the other country. But if the other country's king came, it would be disrespectful for the host country to send a middle-tier leader to receive him. And this time, even though the one who came from the East Mist didn't have any jurisdiction as the ancestor of the country's founding emperor, his status was even greater than that of the future Queen Rain. Even the feudal lords who had the bloodline of the Mist folk could only be considered as juniors or descendants. This was truly a headache. If Princess Renee were to come, it would already be giving her face if Lord Gagalal were to receive her personally. However, now that Valkyrie Roland is here, in terms of seniority, even Lord Gagalal's retired father isn't qualified. Could it be that they should dig out the founder of Cheryl Autonomous Region from his grave and point at him and say, "This is the majesty that you have been talking about. Only you are qualified to receive him." That's right, he's already said that we're on our own. So please don't treat yourself as a subject, and don't follow the etiquette of a subject. That's probably the only way to not be rude. It would have been fine if the diplomats of the Cheryl Autonomous Region were just looking for trouble. However, the upper echelons of the Cheryl Autonomous Region were truly depressed. They had only invited the envoy to discuss the possibility of an alliance to deal with the possible invasion of the Orc army. Why did this envoy suddenly appear out of nowhere, and in such a high-profile manner? By now, the whole of Cheryl knew that Donglan was here to discuss an alliance. How could they have a good relationship with each other? Now, Donglan had sent so many gifts and acted like something big was going to happen. However, there was no news from Cheryl at all. For the diplomatic alliance, one side came prepared, while the other side was completely unaware. This kind of negotiation was likely to fall into a passive position. They had already held a meeting for 3 days and had yet to come up with anything, but I was bored to death in the embassy. In the end, I decided to initiate the next step of the plan in advance and began my own soft propaganda. At this stage, Gagalal finally made up his mind. Nothing could be discussed behind closed doors, so he might as well invite the person himself over. Just as I entered the territory lord's residence and was about to give the other party a surprise before I could even sit down, the other party surprised me first. According to the information, Gagalal Haber was a fatty. The muscular man in front of me with his upper body bare and the eagle tattoo on his chest that seemed lifelike as he breathed was definitely not him. Respected Lord Roland, I am Gauss, the son of the chief of the eagle tribe, Caro. I represent my father and the tribe to greet the immortal. The warm handshake of the barbarian, if it was on the mountain, it would have been a hug, wasn't easy to bear. In front of a 2-4-meter tall giant, I seemed like a bean sprout. Being able to withstand the innate brute force that came along with the warmth was also an important factor for the barbarians to judge if the other party was worth befriending. This strength, it should be 18 points of strength. To have such strength at silver rank, how scary. As expected of a battle tribe whose members are all of the bronze bloodline. However, for me, who had over 20 points of strength, it couldn't even be considered strenuous. No matter how you pinched me, it would only hurt your hand. As expected, in the end, Gauss was the one who let go of his hand first and even shook it with all his might. Gagalal walked over with a smile and saved him in time. Your Highness Roland, welcome to the Cheryl territory. I am the leader of this territory, Gagalal. 300 years ago, my ancestors were still your subjects. Your arrival is the greatest surprise and honor for us this year. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. At this moment, I was trying my best not to laugh out loud rudely. Gagalal's round belly, short stature, fishman-like ears, and bulging eyeballs were just like what was written in the information. He really did look like a frog that was standing up straight. Facing the other party's enthusiasm, I smiled. 300 years ago, were we a family? Then, are you willing to become a family 300 years later? If the purpose of building an army was to raise one's combat power immediately, then education would be to nurture the culture and the foundation of a country in the long run. In this world, it wasn't just an empty saying that knowledge was power. However, building an advanced academy to nurture the growth of a job was the embodiment of a country's foundation, history, and overall strength. The reason why the mage country was hard to deal with was due to the large number of mage academies in the country. When mages, who were known to be difficult to deal with, and top-tier mages who had stepped into the realm of immortals chose a place to research, no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. The reason why Olivia traveled thousands of miles to the Ottoman Empire to study was because the Ottoman Empire was famous for its alchemy. Furthermore, their alchemy academy nurtured countless master alchemists and attracted countless alchemists to study under them. This, in turn, allowed the Ottoman Empire to take the lead in the field of alchemy. Now, apart from the training barracks, Definder was also building various academies, such as the Gardening Academy, Definder's Life Medicine Academy, the Pet Breeder Training Academy, the Nanshan Law Academy's East Mist Branch, and the West City Mechanical Engineering Academy. If one were to judge them based on their names and think that they were normal academies, they would be gravely mistaken. The full name of the German Gardening Academy was the Droll Academy of Forest Warfare, also a horticultural crash course. We also taught how to grow plants. The lecturers were all the leaders of the various Droll factions. In other words, many of the lecturers were extremely dangerous fugitives who were wanted in the entire continent. The Droll faction was viewed as an enemy by all the major human kingdoms. They usually lived isolated lives in the mountains and forests. However, the Droll faction had a unique and fast way of communicating with the various factions. With Eagle Storm's guarantee, many fugitives were willing to try their innocent lives. It was a mystery what kind of disciple such a dangerous master would teach. At the very least, from the very start, I met with a soft rebuff from the bad-tempered Droll. What? You want to cultivate a new type of plant that can withstand the winter and cold? Do you know why we became fugitives in the first place? It's because we want to punish those bastards who go against the laws of nature. Are you sure you want us to help you cultivate such abnormal life forms? We will really beat you up. However, when I raised my request, as expected, I received a reply that didn't give me any face. In the midst of his anger, Eagle Storm's reply could be considered to be very honest. Lord, I don't think there is anyone who can do it. We can allow the plant to mature earlier, even allowing it to mature twice a year under our catalysis. This is a privilege granted to us by nature. However, to fundamentally change the characteristics of a species, this is unnatural, and we are definitely unable to do it. In theory, as long as he is a drool, he is unable to do it. We must follow the laws of nature. For something that goes against the laws of nature, we can only look for the dark drool. If the drool was the public enemy #1 in the land, then the dark drool who had fallen to the side of chaos were the lunatics who believed in chaos. They also believed that being unnatural was a mistake, but the Dark Drool was far crazier in every aspect. A man-made city was doubtlessly unnatural. Ordinary Drool would pursue a life far away from the city. More often than not, they would retaliate in anger when a forest was invaded. Meanwhile, the Dark Drool would attempt to create a hurricane or flood to destroy the city. The craziest part of the Dark Drool was that they denied the existence of the gods. They believed that the divine concept itself was meaningless, and that the existence of the gods' churches was a sin. They believed that all natural elements should be returned to their origins. Difficult to understand? Then let me give you an example. The Dark Drool believed that the sea god shouldn't exist because a conscious controller of the sea was a threat to nature. That was why the Dark Drool would try to attack the priests of the Sea God Church whenever they had the chance. In reality, not only would the Sea God Church be attacked, almost all of the churches of the gods would be on their blacklist. That was why the gods of both sides unanimously gave the name of the Dark Drool to these radicals. Furthermore, they were still frequently on the wanted list. The gods could still tolerate Donglon giving the green light to the Drool. However, if they were to provoke the Dark Drool, they would immediately be suspected of their stand, and would suspect if Woomians had gone mad. Alright, in the end, I had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, Amelia's arrival prevented me from coming into contact with the dangerous Dark Drool. The Virtue Garden Academy also obtained their most capable principal. What? Those little drool who didn't want to be disciplined? I didn't see it. Oh, on that day, I beat up all of the teachers. I should be one of them. From the principal to the teachers, they all had such violent tendencies. This garden academy, which was supposed to be harmonious and friendly, would probably nurture a large number of violent people. Based on what I knew, the Virtue Garden Academy was the most normal one among the many academies that were about to start their classes. The principal of Definder's Life Medicine Academy, I was the one who came up with the name, was Heloise, nicknamed Little Black. I was the one who came up with the name. Other than teaching modern medicine, it also taught various kinds of necromancy. It was probably the first necromancer academy to operate openly in the kingdom of the living. In fact, I was also a guest professor of this academy's necromancer creation faculty. Its plague course was probably the best in the world. After all, it had Kakana and a bunch of super undead alchemists overseeing it. Alright, just because of this, the Holy Church had already sent out a stern warning, and many countries had protested against it. However, I mercilessly threw all of this into the pile of old papers. Anyway, we no longer had any contact with each other, so you can protest all you want. As for the Pan-Continent Anti-Undead Treaty, I had always thought that treaties that I didn't sign were useless. Nanxiang Academy of Law's Donglon Branch campus was needless to say. It was nothing more than the surface version of the main campus of the underground world. However, due to Kolos being the signboard girl and Shueti being the honorary principal, their enrollment this year had far surpassed the other academies. West City's mechanical engineering faculty was mainly divided into two major faculties, the Gnome's self-destruction faculty and the Gnome death-seeking faculty. The headmasters of the faculty were the self-destruction masters of the Gnome engineering faculty and the Gnome death-seeking masters of the Gnome engineering faculty. Alright, I admit that the above is just my personal bias and nonsense, but I've always felt that this is the most fundamental characteristic of this faculty. Alright, that was all for the introduction of the academy. What? There was still a lack of a pet breeder training school? Alright, in the end, I couldn't ignore the past. Let me give a simple introduction. Beifeng, the principal of the pet breeder training school. What he taught was various tricks to get along with beasts. There shouldn't be much to say about the rest. Back then, when I saw this proposal, I almost stuffed Beifeng into the main cannon of the Borealis and sent him out of Aichi with a single shot. However, this was the reward he requested for miraculously completing the Winter Wolf taming mission. Furthermore, it had already been proven that in the northern lands, where magical beasts were everywhere, Beifeng's abilities might really be the most important to be taught. In the end, under the temptation of power, I could only helplessly compromise. However, in order to avoid being an eyesore, I left this academy in the outskirts of the city. As for their office building, I arranged for them to be in the abandoned Big Ben clock room, which was more than 10 floors high. It was a perfect place for them to train their bodies. You want strong warriors? Sure, go and train them yourself and groom them. You intend to send out your troops just by building a military camp? The galactic war next door is calling for you. All right, since the system complained that building a military camp was unable to send out troops, I would just build an academy to groom the backbone of the future. In any case, by throwing a person in, a few years later, wouldn't I be able to obtain a strong troop type? There wasn't much of a difference from building an unscientific military camp. It was just that the cycle was longer and the investment was higher. And now, while I was discussing important matters with the Lord of Cheryl and the Barbarian Prince, my entourage should have followed my instructions and spread the recruitment brochures of these academies across the entire Cheryl Autonomous Region. They should be traversing through the small paths in the countryside and making a ruckus in the city's plaza, doing their best to attract this year's freshmen. Of course, there was also the possibility of them fighting over the freshmen. Mixed bloods are being discriminated against? Don't worry, madam. There wasn't such a thing in our Donglan previously. Now, with the forbidden spell of the Sinless City as a guarantee, why would your son be bullied? Right, please accept this leaflet. My serial number is on it. If you bring this to the West City Mechanical Engineering School to register, you can save 5 gold coins in school fees. No, I didn't take any commission, really. All right, madam, I really admire you. All right, I will save 7 gold coins in school fees, but you have to introduce me to other students. For every student that you introduce, I will give you a commission of 2 gold coins. The Goblin Kabbalah was currently the #1 in terms of performance because he had already recruited dozens of students. The current imp could just sit down and count his money. Does the Alchemy Academy have any? I want my daughter to learn alchemy, but we don't have any decent alchemy academy here. There really isn't any, but you can consider letting your daughter register for the Definer Life Medicine Academy. Their epidemic prevention faculty, the name that the plague faculty advertises to the public. Headmaster Kakana is a legend rank alchemist. Her 2 apprentices are legend rank alchemists as well. With their guidance, your daughter will definitely become a superior alchemist. All right, a young lady whose goal was to become an alchemist, under the deceit of a student recruitment trafficker, ended up walking the path of a necromancer. Donglan's Best Fleet Command Academy is recruiting new students. Do you want to become the new admiral and have a harem of countless warships? Welcome to the soon-to-be-established Donglan First Royal Navy Academy. All right, no matter how hard Kenai's father, Sample Papine, tried his best to advertise, the number of students he recruited was destined to be the lowest. But now, he only managed to recruit 2 future black admirals who refused to admit that they were black-skinned, and it was apparent that they had some sort of cognitive impairment. The reason? Donglan Principality is a landlocked country, so it doesn't have a navy. Most people would probably think that he was joking. Of course, the crux of the problem lies in the fact that I wouldn't allow him to say that the Donglan Navy is currently under construction. It was already confirmed that he was first from the bottom, so the second from the bottom would probably be the Garden Academy. To those who didn't know the truth, the name of this Garden Art Academy was overly artistic, and it might not be able to fill their stomachs in the competition for jobs in the future. But to those who understood the situation, sending themselves or their children to be groomed by a wanted criminal to become the public enemy of the continent, Drool, was obviously a little unexpected. What made me the most speechless was the recruitment method of a certain Draken. He didn't even prepare any recruitment materials. All he did was hold a few banquets and barbecue parties in the plaza, and then chat with the guests who were of the same wavelength as him. Somehow, the number of students he recruited rose to second place. Hey, you already have so many students. Why don't you split between us? Let me take a look at the rankings. It seems that we do have more than 20 free students. How about this 100 gold coins each? You could take it if you want. It was no wonder that they were working so hard to recruit students, to the point where there were already signs of them selling their students. After all, I intended to use their recruitment results to calculate the budget for the various academies next year. This was a huge sum of gold coins. Such a situation didn't only happen in Cheryl. The recruitment of students from all over Donglon had already begun before we set off. From a certain standpoint, I wasn't greedy for short-term effects. Instead, I was working hard to change this weak country from its roots. Of course, I had my own plans for the recruitment of students from Cheryl by throwing out a huge sum of gold coins to increase the motivation of the recruitment staff. At this moment, I was in a conference room, looking gleefully at the two officials of other countries who were in a daze. What made them pale in fright, disregarding diplomatic etiquette, were the two pictures in front of them. One of them was the barbarians' holy land, O'Sullivan Peak. In the picture, the peak had already turned into ruins surrounded by the flames of war. On the other hand, the picture in front of Gagalal was a picture of the Cheryl Autonomous Region. There wasn't any so-called autonomous region there, just a barren land filled with dense trees. Without my existence, there wouldn't be the rise of the Donglon Principality. There wouldn't be any reinforcement from Donglon. The mixed bloods might not be able to persist in finding Cheryl. There wouldn't be any Cheryl Autonomous Region. I could understand such logic, but in the eyes of the leader of the Cheryl Autonomous Region, what it represented was terrifying. Could it be that Cheryl has been completely erased, to the point where there isn't even a trace of it left? These two pictures are pictures of the future that I obtained through my prophecy ability. In the name of the Holy Light, I can vouch for their authenticity. You can take a close look at what will happen to the land of your people in the future. After that, think about it carefully before you answer my suggestion. Looking at the two leaders whose faces turned pale in an instant, I smiled gleefully. Chapter 140. If it was just the first time I met that lord, it would be hard to imagine that he would be a famous figure in history. Beneath his bright golden hair was a handsome and cheerful face, and he always had a kind smile on his face. Even in front of servants like us, he spoke softly without a trace of arrogance, and he didn't have the so-called royal aura that those nobles love to talk about. He spoke his mind directly, and sometimes he would even lower his head shyly and think deeply, just like a young boy who had just started working. The moment he spoke, everything changed. In the negotiations that decided the fate of the three countries, from the very start, the situation was completely controlled by that young boy. Silver Fox Ashar, Lord Gagalal, and War God of Sid, Lord Gauss, are undoubtedly outstanding heroes, and history has proven their astonishing intelligence and strength. However, in the negotiations with His Highness Roland, they behaved like children who had just started their careers. In the end, the situation was completely controlled by His Highness. But from a certain perspective, perhaps it was also because of this that the new Northland Alliance, with the alliance of the three countries as the cornerstone and Donglon as the core, was able to rise so quickly. From the memoirs of the Secretary of the Shar Lord's residence, Casilla. This is absolutely impossible. You are all lying. This is definitely a forgery. No matter how real a forgery is, it can't prove anything. The surrounding mountains were so familiar, and just by looking at the familiar surroundings, it was without a doubt my hometown, Shar. However, it was different from the usual prosperity of Shar, and the portrait was of a barren land with nothing. There were no fools here, and Gagalal had already guessed it. If this portrait was real, it could only mean that there had never been a civilization here, or that the civilization had already disappeared with the wind. Furthermore, it had been completely destroyed and abandoned for at least a few hundred years before it could form such a barren land. Who do you think you are, and who does he think he is? Would he lie to you? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourselves? Take a mirror and look at yourself. Facing the doubts of the host, I rubbed my nose and smiled bitterly, but Amelia arrogantly scolded. This is Amelia, who had just jumped out, was undoubtedly very eye-catching. According to Shaywin's intelligence, she was undoubtedly just a mage accompanying the group. She didn't even have a robe or an emblem that represented her rank. She was probably a wild mage who wasn't certified. However, she was arrogantly scolding Gagalal. She didn't have the humility and caution that a member of the group should have. Amelia Milan. You might not have heard of this name, but the former truth overseer of Arledent should know of me. I haven't been out for 100 years. I don't know if the youngsters nowadays still remember me. Yes, they had definitely heard of it. Judging from the way they subconsciously pulled their chairs away to keep their distance when they heard this name, it was probably a notorious name that left a deep impression on them. Senior Amelia, may I ask what you've been up to recently? I felt helpless. No matter how ridiculous a shut-in girl who had stayed at home for several hundred years was, there was no way she could be so domineering. I haven't done anything recently. I've only accepted some commissions to do some small business. Was the Thorn Forest in the Bardi Empire you're doing as well? And the famous curse of deep sleep? The young clerk by the side suddenly interrupted, causing Amelia to smile gleefully. Of course, even though they are my relatives, they dared not to invite me to the little princess's birthday celebration. Thus, I took my revenge. When that little girl was 16 years old, a thorn needle was placed on the spindle outside her room, and within it was the sleeping poison that I had prepared. Hearing this, I faintly felt that something that would ruin my worldview had happened. However, at this moment, Amelia was already laughing maniacally gleefully. Ha ha! As expected, her finger was pricked, and she fell into an eternal sleep. Initially, seeing that we are relatives, I didn't want to go too overboard, so I left a solution. They actually dared to send the Night Squadron to deal with me? They were practically courting death. Thus, I set up the Thorn Forest to trap all of them inside, causing those Night Squadron to starve to death. Is that the legendary kiss of true love? It's so romantic. It's practically a fairy tale like romantic love. Sometimes, I really couldn't understand women. It was clearly a terrorist attack that nearly destroyed an entire kingdom, but in their eyes, it became a romantic legend. At this moment, the female clerk was looking at Amelia with a face full of worship. However, Amelia directly shook her head. True love? Little girl, magic isn't omnipotent, and the human heart is impossible to predict. If I knew who was true love and who was fake love, I wouldn't have been deceived so badly back then. At this point, a blood-red flash appeared in her eyes, and it was obvious that she was about to go berserk again. Her killing intent locked onto me, sending chills down my spine. Fortunately, she returned to normal in the next moment. It's just a small magic. I locked onto a specific target. Back then, I lost confidence in men and thought that they were only after the female body. Thus, in order to find a good and honest husband for little Nana, I set up a curse that only those who were interested in the female body could remove it. Yep, according to the common people, it should be called necrophilia. The pitiful little girl's pen and notebook fell to the ground in fright. How could she accept the truth of what was supposed to be a romantic and legendary love story being turned into reality in such a destructive manner? I left a message with a solution long ago. It was just a friendly little joke. Why are you still attacking me? Just find a necrophilia to solve the problem. If it wasn't for the fact that we're relatives, I would have long since gone to their doorstep. The delighted Amelia seemed to think that someone else was in the wrong. However, I felt that the Bardi Empire was already taking advantage of the fact that we were relatives by not declaring war on Arledent. I remember that Princess Fina Milan ended up marrying the prince who awakened her. Then, that prince became the previous emperor of the Bardi Empire, which means Gagalal hurriedly covered the clerk's mouth. How could he allow her to finish her sentence? The Bardi Empire was a mega-empire. If the news that the previous emperor was a necrophilia spread through the Bardi Empire, it would be a huge problem. Actually, the sleeping poison and the wall of thorns aren't my proudest creations. The Hill Kingdom's Ice Queen's poison apple is. I faintly guessed that the information I was about to hear would definitely destroy my worldview, but it was already too late to cover my ears. The Ice Queen has a good relationship with me. She specifically asked me for the poison apple, which has the same type of poison as the thorn poison. This time, her target is still a necrophilia. But why are all the passing princes necrophilia? I really don't understand. Princess Snow White and 7-armed gold dwarves. This is my favorite fairy tale. Please stop talking about it. You're ruining my childhood. All right then, where should I start commenting from? Should I start with the passing necrophilia prince or the gold dwarven warriors? Amelia, can't you do something normal? Why do you always act as the antagonist in every fairy tale and then jump out to ruin my childhood? That Cinderella with small feet and the crystal shoe that only she can wear? Could it be that you... Oh, that. This time, I'm a main character. Don't you know that there's a pumpkin carriage in the story? I'm the witch who created the carriage. Right, the prince this time isn't a necrophilia, but a foot fetish. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to remember Cinderella's face and insist on using the shoe to test it out. He even caused me to intentionally leave the shoe behind. As expected, all princes are a bunch of perverts. Do you have such a huge grudge against the princes? Marrying a prince on a white horse is every girl's dream. Oof, that's how I was scammed back then. Now, the facts tell us women that all princes are a bunch of bastards and perverts. It's a pity that no publishing company dares to publish the truth about princes with detailed data and rich examples. Those cowardly bastards, even though they're facts that I personally experienced, they aren't even willing to pay for it to be published. All right, this destroyer of childhood actually intends to publish a book to completely destroy the prince's image in the eyes of the world. Just how much hatred does she have? Thus, after understanding why Amelia is so notorious, after Gagalal and the others heard his name and retreated far away from him, as the only human prince present, as the originator of this grudge, I unhesitatingly retreated far away from him. Let me tell you clearly, in the circle of semi-gods and true gods, the undying Roland is much more famous than me. You think that he is lying to you? Think about what you have that is worth him lying to. The undying Roland. This is the first time I have heard of this title. Haven't I been killed many times already? It means that you are similar to that black thing, unable to be killed no matter what. Even if you're killed a few decades later, you can jump out again to stir up trouble. Although not dying easily is a characteristic of the strong, you're probably the only one who is able to resurrect after having your body and soul destroyed. For someone like you who holds a grudge and is unscrupulous, the most important thing is that you're unable to be killed no matter what, and you have to constantly be on the lookout for revenge. No one will want to provoke you. All right, hearing this, I paused for 2 seconds. As expected, the system jumped out. Ding! The semi-god honorary title Undying Roland has been obtained. After equipping it, there isn't much effect. This time, it is really just a title. At most, it can scare people. It isn't a product of the system, so there isn't any special effect. However, I can help you add a layer of illusion of a cockroach on you, turning you into a Martian with a cockroach. Do you want to try? Are there cockroaches on Mars? System, continue bullshitting. Do you think that I didn't study before I transmigrated? I am obviously an octopus alien. Returning to the main topic, this negotiation has been disrupted by Amelia. No matter what Gagalal and Gauss had prepared, no matter how they agreed on advancing and retreating together, it is inevitable that they will waver. From a certain perspective, bringing Amelia to the negotiation is indeed a brilliant move. Even if we didn't discuss it beforehand, seeing that the other party has agreed on advancing and retreating together, one of us plays the good cop and the other plays the bad cop, throwing a chain of information bombs to disrupt the other party's arrangements, thus winning the initiative in the negotiation. When we make use of the other party's unequal information to create an unequal situation, we create an illusion that it doesn't matter whether we negotiate or not. In fact, it matters. On the other hand, the other party is facing an unknown prophecy of destruction, so naturally, they need more information. The situation has changed from us taking the initiative to the other party coming to us begging. All of this is just an exchange of glances after we enter the door. At this moment, we look at each other and smile. At this point, we have already won. Apart from those troublesome aspects, Amelia is strong and cunning. She really is a good partner. Especially when I want to maintain my image as a Saint Knight hero prince. She dares to do anything and says anything. She is basically the best substitute for me. Such a thought flashes through my mind. However, it is locked tightly in the deepest part of my mind. A perverted murderer and a crazy doctor without any bottom line of conscience. Just these two difficult aspects alone are enough to make it impossible to deal with them. Now isn't the time to think too much. Taking advantage of the unsettled state of mind of the other party to press on is the most urgent matter at hand. Lords, I have a small suggestion. Perhaps, in order to deal with the future crisis, we should strengthen the communication channels between us. Perhaps, a mutually dependent alliance is a good idea. You don't have to pay much, but in return, you will receive everything. After a long and arduous negotiation, when I step out of the domain lord's residence, I am so happy that I want to sing. However, when I remember that my musical talent is comparable to that of Gria, the throat of death, I dispel this thought. However, my excited footsteps become lighter. Since the overall situation of the alliance has been settled, all that is left is for the negotiators to slowly wrangle with each other. This alliance is the greatest source of confidence for the rise of Donglan. The food and manpower of the Cheryl Autonomous Region is just an expected harvest. The mining rights of the Barbarian Mountains will become the core of this new alliance. Yes, even if Prince Gauss doesn't come, I will still go. I have long set my eyes on their mountains. It is a publicly acknowledged fact that the Northern Lands is the richest mining area in the entire continent. However, the shallow mining areas of the various kingdoms have already been excavated and become the focal point of contention. The current Donglan lost its last mining area 20 years ago and also lost the foundation to establish itself in the Northern Lands. This is the reason for its continuous decline. In order to reverse all of this, it isn't enough to just rely on reducing expenditure. We must open up a new source of income. At this moment, after the God of Law is established as the national religion of Donglan, using war to seize the mining areas is no longer an option. Then, there is only one way left to find a new mining area. In reality, this is basically an impossible task. Every inch of Donglan's land has been explored repeatedly. Even if there are hidden mining areas, it is obvious that they are beyond the current mining technology's capabilities. That is not much different from having none. However, in reality, there is indeed a rich mining area in the Northern Lands. It is a virgin land that has yet to be excavated, and many people know about it. However, no one dares to excavate it. It is just that the mining technology is too difficult and the rewards are disproportionate. To outsiders, obtaining the trust of the barbarians is simply inconceivable. However, to the Mist royal family, which has been passed down for thousands of years, this brotherly relationship formed through the many years of war and mutual aid is still maintained. It isn't difficult to obtain the trust of the barbarians. This isn't the main point. Even if you manage to excavate the gemstones, how do you intend to transport them down a mountain? That mountain path isn't something that a normal person can traverse. It is precisely because of the impossibility of transporting the gemstones that no one has attempted to excavate that mining area for so many years. Perhaps, I should introduce to you the creation that I am proud of, Northern Light of Envy. After we left, Gagalal and Gauss didn't panic like before. Instead, they calmly and meticulously discussed what had just happened. Brother Gauss, do you think that what that Roland said is true? The word brother carries a heavy weight among the barbarians. If you casually use it to establish a friendship, getting your teeth knocked out would be considered a light punishment. However, from Gao's calm acceptance, it seems like the relationship between the two isn't as unfamiliar as it seems. Brother Gagalal, perhaps being meticulous and cautious is your strong point. However, you are really thinking too much this time. I can feel the goodwill of the other party. Furthermore, I dare to use my life to guarantee that what he said is true. In reality, the two of them have long been sworn brothers, and their territories have been frequenting each other. However, there aren't many who know about this secret. I don't know about that portrait of yours, but the portrait of the prophecy of our sacred land being destroyed is definitely true. Look at those gigantic stone statues. They have already been shattered into pieces. However, only a small number of the tribe leaders know that these stone statues hidden deep in the mountains are actually the defensive mechanism of the sacred mountain. Ordinary tribesmen don't even know that these stone statues were the work of our ancestors. Their shattering can only mean that they were forcefully destroyed by a strong enemy. This also means that the tribe is in the greatest danger. That isn't enough. Perhaps he obtained the information from a certain tribe leader. You are thinking too much. Look at that giant. It is a gigantic golden giant. At this moment, a gigantic spear is pierced through its chest, and it is on the verge of death. However, the image on its chest is still shining brightly. This is a secret that absolutely no one knows about. The one on the image should be me. My ultimate talent, War God Incarnation. It allows me to sacrifice everything before returning to the embrace of the War God and transform into an invincible war giant. This is a legendary talent of the ancient barbarians. Even my father doesn't know about it, so it is impossible for him to know about it from other sources. This doesn't just mean that the end of the world is coming, but that the end of the world is coming very soon. You actually appeared in the prophecy? It seems that the end of the world is coming much faster than expected. Why don't we talk to that Lord Roland? Don't you suspect that he lied to you? Hearing this, the silver fox, who will become famous for his intelligence in the future, smiled bitterly. Just as that crazy witch said, "What kind of people are we, and what kind of person is that Lord? Is it worth it for him to lie to us personally?" I was thinking too much. What we need to do now is to seize the opportunity to repair our relationship with him. I can feel that he is a little dissatisfied with us. Yes, tell your men to prepare a generous gift. We will personally visit him tomorrow. Chapter 141. Looking up from the Shaywin Valley, one could see the sun shining down from the clouds. The surrounding mountains were so tall that they pierced through the clouds. It was precisely these mountains that created this rare, warm granary in the Northlands. Nature's uncanny workmanship created this land of natural miracles. The mountains and forests blocked out the cold winds and winds, while the rain and underground rivers brought rich nutrients to the land, creating this rare granary in the Northlands. The Northlands wasn't a land that produced food. In other places, one harvest per year was already the limit. But here, with the help of mages, it was possible to have 3 harvests per year. Not only that, due to the abundance of nutrients and a suitable climate, the quality of the crops here was also quite high. This was also the reason why we absolutely had to come here. The cultivation of new crops couldn't be separated from the actual planting process. 10 years of effort in other regions would only be enough to select 10 generations of improved crops. But here, it would be at least 30 generations. The difference between one generation of improved crops would be enormous, and the difference between 20 or so generations would be even greater. Can't you directly use magic to accelerate the ripening process? I really don't know how you managed to pass the life theory exam back in the day. Using magic to accelerate the ripening process and growing real crops are 2 completely different things. Magic infused with the will of the caster will directly distort the growth of the plant. If you want to see a normal life's growth process, you have to do it step by step. You still don't know how he passed the exam? It was all because of cheating. If it weren't for his amazing cheating skills, he would have long since failed most of his classes and directly been expelled from school with that wooden brain of his that was basically zero comprehension of the elements. After waking up from her long hibernation, Heloise entered a phase where she was overly energetic. She was currently bad-mouthing me while lying on my head and pulling on my hair to make a fur ball. Teacher Heloise, with your current appearance, could it be that your physical body's form will affect your soul? The silly cat suddenly paused upon being reminded of this. Only then did she realize that her behavior was no different from a real cat's. She immediately covered her face with her paws and was speechless. Of course not. Her cat form is only one of her disguises. She's just addicted to pretending to be a cat. Silly cat, you actually dare to bite me. All right then, after I used reality to show her what it meant to cause trouble from the mouth, Heloise used her actions to show me what it meant to become angry from embarrassment. A pet cat dares to ambush its master? Are you rebelling? Damn cat, you haven't ruled the world yet. The silly cat and I immediately started fighting each other. Just as I was about to obtain victory by relying on my size, I heard Amelia's faint voice. Your relationship is really good. Who would be on good terms with him, her? All right then, at the very least, we agreed on this point. In order to prove this point, and in order to make Heloise's explanation the truth, I grabbed the cat by its neck and spun it around 18 times in hell. As expected, I received a delightful screech, followed by a stunned dead cat. Compared to the past, the awakened silly cat's mimicry had become more realistic. From her appearance, she had evolved from a meow alien cub into an adult black cat. Her originally withered cat fur had become glossy and smooth. After successfully devouring the semi-god equipment Dark God's Breath of Death, Heloise had finally begun to display her potential as a top-notch magic pet. While her appearance had become more luxurious and elegant, the silly cat had undergone an even more profound transformation in a more concealed location. Magic pet, Heloise, Mother of Greed. Race, Special Slime. Strength, 14. Agility, 10. Stamina, 35. Intelligence, 30. Will, 25. Charm, undetermined. Job, LV 37 Mage. Overall evaluation, position. Race ability, Special Transformation, Legendary. Splinter Greed Subbody, Legendary. Talent ability, Special Transformation, Legendary. Transforming into a harmless cat is her weakest ability. She can choose a weapon form to transform. Currently, there are 2 forms available for you to choose: Staff, Breath of Death; Magic Sword, Pseudo, Pale Justice. Talent ability, Splinter Greed Subbody, Legendary. Splinter, a small greed subbody. This subbody inherits a portion of Heloise's abilities and attributes. As long as it is within a certain range, this subbody will be completely under Heloise's control, acting as her eyes and ears. Current number of splits, 15417. When one is unlucky, people tend to think that the black cat that brings misfortune is everywhere. However, for Heloise, it is not difficult to be everywhere. She will always turn into a crow/black cat form to mock your bad luck. System evaluation. This is your magic pet. However, she is constantly thinking about how to rebel within the limits of the contract. Don't be fooled by her appearance. As a master mage, even if she only has the strength of a bronze rank, she is still able to easily deal with those gold rank rookies. Furthermore, her extremely high basic attributes and shape-shifting ability allow her spells to be even more hidden and dangerous than before. System evaluation 2. She is far from being as weak and powerless as she appears to be. As for why she is hiding her strength, do you still need me to explain? Perhaps she is very satisfied with your recent interactions, so she has decided to let you live after she succeeds in her rebellion. So what are you waiting for? While you still have the upper hand, take care of this foolish meow alien. The quality of the Death Breath Scepter that is only in its epic form has obviously decreased. Furthermore, the power of death that has been devoured has caused Heloise to become dangerous and powerful. Looking at the stats of the various abilities on the interface, looking at the increasing number of greed subbodies, I'm starting to suspect that if I were to fall out with her and have a serious one-on-one fight with her, the one who would emerge victorious in the end would most likely not be me. Putting aside the fact that she thinks that she has concealed her strength well, she has long exposed her true strength. I'm also enjoying bullying the darn cat so blatantly. Despite having strength, she could only take out a notebook to record down her current situation in order to make me overlook her own fighting prowess. In terms of strength, Heloise's experience and knowledge are what we rely on the most at the moment. Furthermore, she was the one who helped us choose the first batch of crops. Of course, the more important reason is that Amelia and I lack common sense and limits in our research, so we need her to check and correct us. I have a good idea. Let's plant rice on a frog with moist skin, allowing animals and plants to coexist. I have even thought of a name for it. It's you? Wondrous Frog Seed. Rejected. Putting aside the technical difficulty, the frog would probably die in a few days. Also, how are those things going to reproduce? Then, let's plant it on a zombie. I heard that the rotting flesh of the dead is very nutritious to plants. Rejected. Who would dare to eat something like zombie rice? Then, if you dare to say zombie rice or zombie biscuits, I will smear your face with slime. All right, I will go back and think about it. Should I say that is expected of an expert? I thought that Amelia would be the same as me, viewing it as an interesting project and trying out the latest technology. In the end, she is the one who deals with it by the book. Special Huter barley, special Sierra rice. That's it. Yeah, the first batch of 27 types of mutated plants. We need to find the ones that are most compatible with the cold-resistant genes, as well as the ones that have the strongest adaptability to dry and frozen environments. After obtaining the most adaptable type, I will use magic to mutate it and choose the best mutation to enter into the second generation. Mutation isn't something that can be done in a day. Even with the greenhouse technology you provided, the most we can do is to speed up the replacement process. For the safety of ordinary people, we need to be careful. Why are you looking at me so strangely? Did I say something wrong? I hurriedly shake my head. You didn't say anything wrong, but it doesn't match your image. Use a grateful heart to thank Mother Earth for her blessings and treat her blessings cautiously. Back then, when I was a saintess in the Church of Earth God in Zydril, my teacher taught me this. What a pity. Saintess? Or is it the saintess of the Church of Earth Mother, who has a surprisingly good reputation? I can't help but sigh at Amelia's colorful past. I'm a little curious as to how she got to where she is today. A pity? A pity that she was deceived by a man. As a saintess of the church, she lost her chastity and was naturally expelled from the church. The worst part is that that man abandoned her and said to her, "I was just playing with you." Men are naturally interested in the identity of a saintess, but you aren't even a saintess now, so how can I give up my honor to fool around with you? Not long after that, my teacher committed suicide. She died such an unhonorable death and was treated as a stain on the Church of Earth God. Even I, as the successor saintess and adopted daughter, was unable to attend her funeral. It can be said that her reputation was completely ruined. Beneath those casual words is a bone-piercing hatred. Did you take revenge for her? I killed that man's entire family, but he managed to escape. Even now, I still can't do anything to him. Now? He's still alive? Dragon Hunter Deamos. He's the first-generation Deamos, his adopted son. I've already killed the second-generation Deamos. One day, this isn't the first time I've heard of this name. Isn't this the same name Marsalet's enemy? Recalling the information I obtained from the old Ottoman emperor, I chuckle. I'll plant some grass of undying in his bones and cut off a piece of his flesh every day to feed him. Amelia's eyes are bloodshot as she says the torture she imagines in her mind. It's obvious that she's on the verge of losing control. However, I pat her on the shoulder. There'll be a day when you take revenge. I'll help you. I'll make his death even more unhonorable and despairing than your adopted mother's. Amelia pauses in surprise for a moment before taking 2 steps back to increase the distance between us. She stares at me with a vigilant gaze. Stop trying to get close to me. You won't be any better off. I've already investigated your past. Although you've never had a confirmed relationship with a woman, nor have you ever toyed with a woman before, the women you've provoked definitely owe you more emotional debts than that bastard. I gape. Where did this rumor come from? I've been single for 3 lifetimes already. If I really have emotional debts, why would I owe them? Wouldn't it be better to just pay off my debt and get rid of my single status? I didn't... Stop with your flowery words. You playboys are the best at hoping for women. Can you even remember how many women have cried for you? Right now, we're only in a cooperative relationship. Don't even think about obtaining my trust. All right then. I don't even know what to say anymore as I watch Amelia turn around and leave. Playboy, playboy. An old bachelor is actually being treated as a playboy. I'm dying of laughter. This silly cat is actually rolling around in laughter, making me want to throw her out. Yep, the next moment I did just that. The silly cat is rolling around in the air, but she's still shouting. I'm so dizzy. I hate this feeling. I'll be back. I hate cat aliens who know how to speak human language. I turn around and see a bunch of fawning faces. Lord, can we rest now? It's almost noon. No. Continue working for me. This is your punishment. Of course, since it's an agricultural experiment, there are naturally hard-working farmers. At this moment, the farmers who are covered in mud and have been busy for an entire morning are a bunch of bosses from the various departments. Eagle Storm, I'm grateful for your support, but you can't do this even if you can't recruit students. Hearing that, the legendary Drool's face turns red. Yesterday, after they couldn't recruit students no matter how hard they tried, under a certain person's creativity, they started to transform into bears, wolves, and other animals to play with the youngsters, carrying them around to increase their favorability. But as they ran, under an indescribable primal drive, the famous specialty of Sulphur Mountain City once again appeared on the surface. "Mom, what is that? Little bird?" "Little bird, your sister. It's obviously a small elephant." Hurry up and leave. Don't look." "Shueti, yesterday, I heard that there are already people calling the law the Church of Naked Running." "That boss, leave it to me. I will show you the innate farming skills of us Tauren. Our racial specialty is herbology +5. Although I can't understand why the Tauren would need such a racial talent, but perhaps it exists for today. Oh, I'm burning up. I want to work hard." After becoming a beef jerky, this fellow finally restrained himself for 2 days. But this time, he is burning up at a new place and seeing this familiar wave of stripping. How can he restrain himself? As for Grim and the bunch of goblins, when they started to demonstrate their mechanical assembly skills, I should have been lazy with them. Those holes in the mines still have to be filled up. As for Bayphone, right, what did Bayphone do? Why is he being punished here? "Bayphone, what did you do that day?" "My lord, I've been wronged. This is like flying snow in June. I was just chatting with someone, but everyone inexplicably brought me in." Bayphone, you actually didn't do anything wrong. "I'm sorry. I'm used to bringing you in as soon as I saw you." "Then, I will deduct your punishment next time." Diana's apology isn't sincere at all, but the decision to deduct his punishment this time was unanimously approved by everyone. Obviously, no one thinks that Bayphone wouldn't commit a mistake again. Impossible. Bayphone actually didn't do anything wrong? Nonsense. It must be a smokescreen. How can he not do anything? Sigh. The world slandered me, bullied me, humiliated me, laughed at me, belittled me, despised me, hated me, and lied to me. So what? Just bear with it. Let it be. Avoid it. Bear with it. Respect it and ignore it. Just wait a few more years and see how it goes. In the end, facing the criticism of the crowd, the innocent Draken sighs. Leaving behind a sentence that makes people want to beat him up, he goes to accompany Shueti, who is working hard. Chapter 142. Hard labor, odd jobs, construction projects, dangerous mining operations. There's nothing they can't do. What's more useful and trustworthy than undead laborers who never get tired? They work year-round, but they don't need any supplies. 10 gold coins for one, and it only costs 2 gold coins to replenish their death energy every year. Buying once will benefit you for the rest of your life. Don't listen to that guy's bragging. Undead tend to stink. It's fine in winter, but won't they stink to death in spring or summer? Mister, come take a look at my mummy maid. She's filled with expensive spices, and not only will she never rot, she'll even smile when you hug her to sleep at night. You should know that only people of high status can become mummies. My little cutie here was a noble princess when she was still alive. Don't listen to his bragging. Someone like him dares to dig up a royal tomb? If he's going to find a princess for you, it'll probably be a village girl with big legs. A gnome princess is still a princess, right? She's the princess of a large tribe with more than 300 members. Even though the 2 undead mages' verbal battle soon escalated into a physical battle, the customers still didn't care about their business. Instead, he chose to work with skeleton laborers not far away. The reason was that skeleton laborers were cheap and clean. After the power of death dissipated, they could even be used as clothes hangers to feed dogs. Undead army horses for sale. Never tired, forever loyal. Before you ride a skeleton horse that falls apart easily, think about your own weight. I have a gigantic bone beast that can be pulled by humans. You're welcome to purchase. This was Definder's 7th market, which was also the newly established undead labor market. Here, undead mages finally found a way to make a living apart from killing. When news of the Sinless City spread throughout the entire continent, the happiest group was probably the undead mages who practiced undead magic. In this cruel world, the weak would never have a good life. Chasing after power had become a natural instinct for most people. Even if that power was unspeakable, it would allow them to live a better life. At the very least, they wouldn't die mysteriously in battle. No matter how one looked at it, it was worth the risk. As long as one progressed step by step, not every single existence that practiced fallen magic would become insane. However, the Holy Church wouldn't even consider whether or not the undead, whose existence is a sin, had actually done anything wrong. The Holy Church stubbornly focused on purifying every single undead they encountered. Mages who were capable of creating undead were the number one heretics and villains. Some people were simply suited to practicing necromancy magic, while others had coincidentally obtained the inheritance of necromancy magic. However, after unintentionally exposing themselves, they were treated as villains and heretics and were wanted. This kind of encounter made all necromancers try their best to hide their existence. If they were accidentally exposed, they would not hesitate to kill them to silence them. This also caused the nightmares of necromancers to worsen from another aspect. In the eyes of the world, necromancers can't possibly be the cheerful young man next door with a face full of pimples. Necromancers must have a gloomy expression and a fierce glint in their eyes as they carry out their plans to destroy the world in the evil and crazy Shiluar Empire. But in reality, this is a misunderstanding. Shiluar is the country of the undead. The upper-class nobles and domain lords are all undead. No matter how strange necromancers appear in the eyes of the world, they are still living people. And from a certain standpoint, living people are equivalent to slaves in Shiluar. As a living person, the status of a necromancer is extremely awkward. Unless they are willing to give up their physical body and become a lich, or if they are talented enough to be favored by a lich, they will most likely not have a good life. At the very least, they won't be able to enjoy the treatment they deserve in terms of food, housing, and other living conditions. And if a bloodthirsty blood tribe takes a liking to the taste of blood, or a warlike death knight becomes a sword target, or a lich teacher becomes a new experimental subject. In reality, as long as they don't reveal their magic, most necromancers are indeed able to successfully blend in with the crowd. Not only that, they can even secretly use their own strength to obtain a better living condition for themselves. All along, necromancers and demon warlocks have been the most popular mercenaries among the nobles. After all, they are the typical type of mercenaries who die when exposed to the light. Not only are they fast and ruthless in their actions, even if their secrets were to be accidentally leaked, most of them won't be able to get out. As such, the reputation of necromancers naturally gets worse and worse. And if necromancers want to improve, they have to deal with corpses. If they can't kill the corpses themselves, they can only rob graves. This has created countless urban legends and ghost stories. That's why the graveyards of every city are under the supervision of the Holy Church's night watchmen. It is normal for necromancers to accidentally leave some traces when robbing corpses. Even if a necromancer is lucky enough to reach silver rank or gold rank and is able to rely on his own strength to become a mercenary and earn a lot of money, but as long as he is not careful, he will still be exposed. Perhaps a beggar by the roadside will turn around and report you for the reward of 10 silver coins. But once you are exposed, no matter how well you try to cover it up, the Holy Church's encirclement will immediately return. Even if you're lucky enough to escape, under the omnipresent bounty, fleeing for your life becomes the only option. And the lucky ones who are able to escape to a remote village or the Shiluar Empire are definitely less than 1 in 10. And when Wumian's announcement resounds throughout the entire world, the necromancers hidden in the crowd are all stunned. But after that, they are unable to contain their joy. Undead don't represent evil. Perhaps I can live on openly and honorably. Perhaps I can even be worshipped and respected because of this. That's why, half a month after that announcement, necromancers in disguise would enter the city every day and then mysteriously vanish. There were even more who sneaked into the city and crossed the city walls. During those days, there would always be people flying over the city walls in the middle of the night. They were either blood tribe or gargoyles. Most of the time, there would be people hanging below them. Not only was it hard to guard against them, it also made the archers on the city walls very hesitant. Are they really going to shoot them down? But it's obvious that something isn't right. Soon, the guards roughly understand what's going on. But what's the meaning of going over the city walls instead of the city gates? And in the end, those who land on the ground will always be blocked by the knights. Are you a necromancer? No, I'm just an extreme sports enthusiast. That day, I happened to see a gargoyle passing by. I wanted to try the feeling of floating in the air, so I grabbed onto its leg. Even an idiot wouldn't believe such a lame lie, but there are people who never get tired of saying it. The night squad in charge of Definder's city defense finally got tired of these loach-like necromancers and decided to stick a sign outside all the city gates. City West Gate number 7 is a path exclusively used by necromancers. You can enter directly and go through all the necessary identification and procedures. It only takes half an hour, and you can even get a job recommendation 3 times. Necromancers who enter through other routes will be fined 300 gold coins, and their work visa will be revoked for 2 months if they are discovered. Note, gargoyles and other middle-sized and above necromancers, please stop outside the city or pay a fee to store them in the storage area of gate number 7. Of course, you have the freedom to not follow the above rules. However, Definder's skies are guarded by the Bone Dragon Knight, Lord Timmy. You can try to play a game of cat and mouse with him. But if he and his mount go overboard, your remains might become a hot item to be auctioned off by your comrades tomorrow. Right now, a skeleton mage or a lich can be sold for an astronomical price in the city. From a certain perspective, this is already a form of sincerity. At the very least, they didn't shout about killing us, expressing their goodwill towards necromancers. After someone took the lead and confirmed that it was safe, even my undead knight was shocked by the number of necromancers. When they entered the city and were delighted to find so many comrades, they met with a new problem. They who had just started their new life lost their jobs. The newly established Definder Medical College, Spectre College, does require quite a number of teachers and staff. But it is a pity that it is a matter for top-notch talents. Most of the necromancers had to figure things out on their own. Their standard is only slightly better than that of an apprentice. Not to mention teaching others, they even want to find a teacher to teach them. Old profession, assassins, or mercenaries. There are quite a number of fugitives among the necromancers. Naturally, they thought of the way they made a living in the past. I have to admit that there is no limit to the stupidity of humans. In the miracle of the God of Law, the sinless city, he still dared to commit a serious crime. When his corpse was hung on the flagpole to dry, it could be considered as an example to others. At the same time, it also explained what the judgment spell and the sinless city were. Of course, an excessively high unemployment rate will naturally lead to social instability. Thus, I have long made plans for it. The first is to join the army. After all, necromancers are definitely a huge killing machine on the battlefield. This is also what they are most proficient in. My army has many years of experience in using necromancers. But for those lesser necromancers who don't wish to enter the battlefield, there is a brand new topic for them to research. Making various kinds of magic into daily life. Making equipment and tools for necromancy. This topic may seem inconceivable, but in reality, it isn't a new topic. Many human kingdoms have long used magic lamps. Fire-type magic furnaces for boiling water is also a daily consumption for the nobles. All kinds of alchemy tools are the crystallization of the magic civilization. Since other magic and alchemy can do it, why can't necromancy magic? In reality, necromancy magic is very versatile. It is just that the materials used are a little unique. Undead workers are the servants of the necromancers. It is normal for them to become a labor market. Of course, there are some technical difficulties involved. Low-tier undead are brainless and bloodthirsty by nature. Unless a necromancer keeps an eye on them, no one can guarantee that these brainless undead won't go out of control. However, a small invention has changed everything. Lazy Sword Seal. Death is the sweetest sleep. Unfortunately, it isn't time for you to get off work yet. So, make the most of your time and try your best to live an exciting life. The Lazy Sword Seal is a sword seal that represents necromancy magic. Its usage is actually no different from other elemental sword seals. The sword seal is activated through Olivia's magic box and the sword seal is used to control the power of death. However, looking at the current progress of research, at most, it allows the user to control a few low-tier undead. The information I left behind was further opened up by Marguerite and the others. Very quickly, a simple Olivia's magic box for undead was created. Its only use is to contract and control fixed low-tier undead. Thus, when an ordinary person holds this black magic bull in their hands, they can also control low-tier undead to serve them. Thus, the undead labor market became a reality. Skeleton laborers, zombie miners, mummy maids, and the like. As long as you can think of it, there is nothing you can't find. Of course, one should know when to stop doing business. The genius who came up with the disgusting and cute abomination Stitch Monster Sexy made costume has already had his work permit revoked for 3 months due to too many complaints about the product. Ghost Carriage Rental, Gargoyle Express, Zombies vs. Plant series have all become hot topics in the city. It is foreseeable that with the improvement of technology, a brand new magic civilization might be born in the border regions. Perhaps these series of small things might not seem like much, but in reality, it has a far-reaching impact. The unknown represents fear. When these demons and ghosts can be enslaved by oneself, the fear and estrangement would naturally be greatly reduced. When one's principles could be accepted by the world, necromancers would also start to experience a normal life. Sometimes, the times take a huge leap in places that you can't see. I reckon that even the inventor, His Highness Roland, wouldn't have thought that this most obscure and inconspicuous invention would be the first to influence and change the world. However, there are some things that don't change, such as the unpredictable human heart and the seeds of hatred. Renee looks at the headless corpses in front of her and sighs. The 2 corpses are very young. One is a silver-rank half-elf archer, and the other is a rookie necromancer who sneaked in. When I came to inspect the city walls, they who were disguised as passers-by suddenly ambushed me. However, in the instant that they made their move, they were beheaded by my own guards. Master Fade, Teacher Ferdinand, Archmage Hina, thank you for your protection. Everyone has worked hard. There is no need to thank us. This is an order from His Highness Roland. Before I left, I had 2 sword saints and an archmage stay by Rain's side to protect her. At that time, Rain had thought that I was overreacting, but reality proved that I was right. This was the 7th assassination attempt in half a month. It was obvious that this was only the beginning. The younger the seedling, the easier it is for it to die early. Even without your identity as a descendant of the mist, just as the link between me and the Dawnlon Principality, you're the most important and irreplaceable link in the entire country. If anything happens to you, there is no point in talking about anything else. If I were your enemy, assassinating you would definitely be a profitable business. We don't have any enemies in the northern lands, do we? At that time, I only smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, Renee recalled how she didn't think much of it and could only sigh at her immaturity and naivety. Send them to the 7th market. Send me a copy of the results of the soul interrogation, even though they're most likely sent by that country. Seriously, the Beastmen will be invading next year. Rather than sending people to assassinate me, they might as well prepare for war. No enemies? They're all enemies. On the level of countries, as long as there is a conflict of interest, it is impossible to have a good relationship. No one will want to see a strong neighboring country, even if that country repeatedly says that they won't invade other countries. How can other countries entrust their safety to others? Not to mention, some countries have their own ambitions. The gradually recovering Dawnlon is an eyesore. At this moment, I, who was still in Cheryl, met with a similar experience. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 top-notch assassins and a saint-rank thief hiding in the shadows. They really think highly of me. Amelia waved her staff, her face filled with anger. It's these assassins again. This is the 13th time this week. I have basically become your free fighter. Give me more money. I don't have money. I don't have my life either. Winter always came early in the Highlands. By the time most of the countries in the northern lands were preparing for the Beastmen's invasion next spring, The plains were already covered in ice and snow. However, just like in the past, this time, the orcs did not shrink their area of activity and prepare for the winter. On the contrary, various wolf knights and thunder rock knights roamed the highlands and killed the human spies hidden among them. The closer they got to the beastmen's territory, the stronger the patrols. Such abnormal behavior naturally attracted the attention of the countries. But after paying a huge price, even if they successfully entered the beastmen's territory and sent back information, it was only conventional intelligence about war preparations. But in reality, this was just a smokescreen. There were only two ways to enter the highlands where the beastmen lived. Both of them were blocked by the fortresses of the two countries. The Urluo Highlands was far away from the beastmen's territory and the entrance to the countries in the northern lands. It was a barren wasteland. But at this moment, there were already countless tents set up. The smoke that rose continuously showed that the beastmen army was gathering. At the highest peak, the tribe leaders were having a gathering. A piece of exciting news was spreading among the beastmen. Cheers to the honor of the war god. Next week, the beastmen army will invade the south. Finally, we can get our revenge. This time, we will catch the humans off guard. Activate the Thunderbird plan. Chapter 143. The Zhaos wear their tassels. The frost and snow of the Wu Hook shine brightly. The swordsman of the northern lands is draped in a simple and crude python skin armor. The silver long sword in his hand carries a snow-white afterimage. Wherever the snow-white long sword passes, a bone-piercing, cold wind blows. Even the ground is covered with a thin layer of white frost. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, galloping like a shooting star. The long sword points to the sky. The silver Pegasus that carries the night arrives. The sole warhorse that carries the night turns into a silver shooting star. 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles, unstoppable. Wherever the sword reaches, the enemy's head flies. Just by relying on the sharp sword in his hand and the mount he is riding, the lightly armored knight is able to traverse thousands of miles in the northern lands. After the deed is done, I leave with my clothes, hiding my identity and name. I seem to have forgotten about it. Forget it, I can't hide my identity anyway. Brats, look carefully, I, roll a mist, am coming. I am a Lich King. As pale justice stabs into the ground, magic intertwines. The black tortoise sword seal, which is a cross between a turtle and a snake, explodes on the ground. A snowflake formation that represents ice forms on the ground and lights up. Following the flow of ice underground, the ice magic freezes everything in the surroundings. My movements are too sudden. As the ice spreads, the assassins in the shadows don't even have time to react before their feet are frozen. Those with quick reflexes are able to break their legs and escape, while those with slow reflexes are instantly frozen. I really admire those main characters in legendary novels. Reciting poems while fighting seems very cool, but in reality, it's simply inhuman. How can they recite incantations, think about battle techniques, adjust the rhythm of battle, and recall poems at the same time? Aren't they afraid of forgetting the poem halfway through? If the wind enters their mouth and they choke and cough uncontrollably, wouldn't they die even more mysteriously? While I am cursing, a snake-shaped dagger with green light appears from the shadows behind me. That bewitching blade slowly stretches towards the back of my neck, but there isn't a single sound of wind. The moment the blade is about to touch me, the assassin who has a cruel smile on his face suddenly shudders. The advanced ability of shadow steps, short instant dimensional concealment, it seems like only great assassins with elemental bloodline can learn this. How can I see such a rare ability? What a tempting experiment material. How could an experienced assassin make a mistake at such a crucial moment? It was just that his arm was already numb. Pale justice was still stuck in the ground, but the thunderous lightning was flashing on it. The unlucky assassin was electrocuted and twitched uncontrollably. Poor child, I guess you can't understand why the magic sword would automatically attack after leaving your hand. I can memorize this move and teach it to those rookies when I get back. The electricity from the second activation of the Azure Dragon Sword Seal wasn't that strong. The assassin, whose entire body was twitching, clenched his teeth and crawled up, intending to fight for his life. I patted the black cat on my shoulder lightly. "Help me collect a blood sample for a brief analysis. Such a rare material, don't kill it. Extract its soul and bring it back to the lab." Hearing that, the elegant black cat lowered its head and licked its claws. It didn't move, but I knew that it was waiting to negotiate the price. "I'll give you a third. Let's see if Senior's sister wants it or not. If she doesn't want it, I'll give you half." "Lunatic, our ghost snake bandit group was destroyed in the hands of you lunatics. You actually talked to a cat." Seeing that I actually carried him on my back, the furious assassin angrily attacked. But in the next moment, an ominous shadow covered him. Cat monster. The cat-shaped shadow floating above the assassin's head had a strange smile on its face, as though it was laughing at something. The mixed-blood assassin finally couldn't suppress the fear in his heart anymore. He turned around and ran. But then, with a flash of light and a scream, the thief disappeared without a trace. The only thing left was the elegant black cat that continued to wash its face. With a snap of my fingers, the corpses of the 3 bandits who had bled to death silently stood up. They would take the other frozen corpses with them. When necromancy could appear under the sun, the corpses of the strong would become valuable goods for nobles. They couldn't be wasted. While I was still admiring the results of my battle, the battle on the other side was already coming to an end. What the black man-eating flower was chewing on was the right arm of the saint-rank assassin codenamed Dark Flame. After sacrificing his body to feed those frenzied plants, the great assassin Dark Flame finally got close to the mage. What the hideous smile on the thief's face wasn't a panicking noob from an academy, but a crazy who was smiling even more happily. "You are the 76th assassin who thought that I was a close combat idiot. What do you think happened to your seniors in the end?" The mind of the saint-rank assassin was extremely stable. Even though he faintly felt that something was wrong with the situation, words couldn't shake him in the slightest. He suddenly stopped and moved back and forth, leaving behind a string of ghostly clones. The ghostly clones surrounded Amelia from all directions. However, the female mage only took a deep breath and threw away the gorgeous sapphire staff. Ignoring the countless ghostly clones around her, she threw a punch behind her back. Boom! Amelia wasn't as weak as she looked. The terrifying gravity of her punch caused the wind pressure to dig a huge hole in the ground. Even though Dark Flame reacted in time, he was still grazed by it and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Amelia lightly waved her hand, which was wearing a ruby bracelet. After a scream of pain, a huge hole was created around Dark Flame. Dark Flame's body was embedded into the rock, and he could only exhale but not inhale. Perhaps other bystanders would think that this was some kind of gravitational magic, but I knew that it was just a simple wave of her hand. What caused the assassin to sink into the ground was the wind pressure brought about by this slap. A mage with 42 strength really can't be hurt, and an altered human with the sight of truth in her eyes is even more unbearable. To be able to survive up to this point, after all this foolishness, Senior is indeed as powerful as always. At this moment, Amelia was lightly stroking her hair. The silver in her eyes seemed to have disappeared, and the corner of her mouth moved slightly, as though she was muttering something. Her light green long hair fluttered in the wind, and the scholarly girl was muttering a poem in the wind. Just by looking at her appearance, Amelia had the aura of a scholarly girl. However, I wouldn't be fooled by her, because I had already read her words through lip reading. "Baby, it's time to eat. It's going to be a feast this time." In the next second, the light green hair came to life. Countless strands of hair spread along with the wind, and then turned into blood-red thorns. When the top of the thorns opened up a huge dragon-like mouth, and the assassin who was bitten started to scream in pain, I knew that the remaining scene was going to be 18. Temperance? She really is a monster without any temperance. Perhaps she named it Temperance in hopes that this monster wouldn't eat too much and affect its figure. Senior's research direction was similar to mine, and we could exchange information and research results. but the way it was presented was completely different. In a sense, I was a combination of life structure, modern medicine, and necromancy to create undead creation. Since it was creation, naturally, it was to create other powerful undead. As a master of life structure, Amelia's research was on life itself. How could she let go of the body that she was most familiar with and understood intuitively? Herself? She probably couldn't even remember how many times she had modified herself. When I got to know her, she said that she was more like a plant than an animal. In reality, 2 of her 7 virtues, temperance and diligence, were a part of herself, her symbiotic plants. Their existence and growth made Amelia stronger. Amelia's 42 points of strength with her equipment had long since surpassed the limits of ordinary creatures. I had never even heard of any species with strength over 40. Perhaps even the Titan giants wouldn't be able to compare to her. Her bloodline abilities were impossible to rank. She had long since become an extraordinary existence from the very roots of her bloodline. Of course, with her ability to cause trouble that wasn't inferior to mine, she wouldn't have been able to survive until now if she didn't have some tricks up her sleeves. Based on what I knew, her undying regeneration ability wasn't inferior to mine either. That assassin group had already been cleaned up, but I felt a little regretful. After all, it wasn't during the quest period, so I couldn't get any points from the saint-rank thief that Senior killed. Why are you looking at me like that? Even if you beg me, I just so happen to lack high-quality fertilizer. Even if you beg me, I won't give you any. Her wary gaze was truly heartbreaking. Ever since our unpleasant conversation last time, Amelia seemed to be even more wary of me. An elemental descendant who knows how to short dimensional concealment. I'll give you 1/3 of his blood and body samples, and you give me his soul and leave his skeleton behind. I have a use for him. A super rare item. You always meet such mystical existences. Your luck is as good as always, but it seems that you're at a disadvantage in this transaction. Is there some sort of scheme? Her wary gaze was truly heartbreaking. I shook my head. I knew that if I didn't say something, she wouldn't be able to rest easy since she was already so easily frightened. By the way, I was probably the only person in the world who could make such a powerful senior so wary of me. Should I be proud? Since someone wants our heads, I naturally have to return the favor. I'm not strong enough, so senior, please help me. No problem. There's never too much fertilizer and experimental materials. Deal. At this moment, Shuedi and the others received news that I had been ambushed. However, they discovered that there was no way for them to interfere, so they could only watch idly. Just which side is the antagonist? Why do I feel like both of us are evil bosses who intend to destroy the world, while the assassin on the other side is the hero who is challenging evil? I agree. All right then. Looking at the late arrival of reinforcements, such a discussion caused me to pause for a moment, but then I laughed. It seems that interacting with old acquaintances like Amelia and Heloise has made my mentality younger and younger. However, from a certain standpoint, it's a good thing. Of course, it's a bad thing for my enemies. After enjoying such a peaceful life in Sulphur Mountain City for so long, I had obviously become gentler. Perhaps this was a good thing for the people around me. But when considering the cruel future that we were about to face, a sinister and cunning Yongye who would resort to any means possible would obviously be far more effective than a righteous holy knight. I had never intended to be an obedient and honest person who would wait for the Armageddon to arrive. You want to deal with an evil and cunning opponent? Then you should become even crazier and more unscrupulous than the other party. To my enemies, a cunning and crazy avenger who was willing to sacrifice himself at the crucial moment was the most dangerous. I didn't have a moral obsession with dirtying my hands. Senior, me, Heloise. Perhaps the most interesting, dangerous, insane researchers in the world are here. Perhaps we can create something interesting together. It was another year of hunting. The Beastman tribes along the Orzen Mountains were gathering together. The Blood Axe tribe, which had obtained the support of the earth elemental god Omdaroken, became the strongest tribe. Their leader, Imant Bloodaxe, became the new great tribe chief of the allied tribes. Perhaps there was a more familiar name that suited him better, Beastman Emperor. Of course, to wear this crown firmly, he had to first win the upcoming war. At this moment, the various tribe chiefs were still discussing their future military plans. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to use the word quarrel. I object. The first snow is about to fall. To advance at this time is simply courting death. Generally speaking, mountain centaurs were slightly smaller and more agile than their brethren in the underground and the kingdom of the elves. However, the Kars tribe's tribe chief Amar was obviously an exception. With a height of nearly 3 meters, he carried a giant halberd on his back and was renowned throughout the Beastman Highlands for his unparalleled brute strength. I object as well. The fortresses of the Sluir Kingdom and the Kingdom of Kisomi have blocked the exit of the Highlands. If we were to attack in winter, we would have to pay a heavy price. I am not afraid of sacrifice, and I know that sacrifices must be made in war. However, I object to letting my sisters become such worthless cannon fodder. Kamala was the tribe chief of the blue-feathered harpy tribe, and also the most famous witch of the Highlands. She could be said to be highly respected in the entire mountain region. Her opinion was acknowledged by many tribe chiefs. No matter how one looked at it, it was not a good idea to forcefully attack the heavily guarded human fortresses in winter. The Blood Axe tribe's stubbornness had finally caused the tribe chiefs to erupt in anger. If they did not handle it properly, the allied forces would immediately collapse. The Blood Axe tribe's tribe chief Almont Blood Axe was a tall eagleman. Their tribe was originally famous for producing the Thunder Eagle Knight. However, Almont himself was not that famous. On the contrary, those who knew him knew that his abilities were extremely ordinary. At this moment, when he was questioned by others, Almont only knew how to scratch his head in frustration. He did not know how to answer. It was obvious that he was at a loss. I'm going back. The Bear Tribe's tribe chief Lund was famous for being taciturn, but he was also famous for being a man of his word. If he wanted to disband now, he would definitely do it. Finally, Almont made up his mind and was about to tell them his plan. However, a hoarse voice sounded from outside the door. My lords, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Daimon Ryle, the representative of your allied forces. The one who had soundlessly entered was a short rat man. This kind of life form mostly resided in the underground tunnels of the city. Although this race was rather cunning and difficult to deal with, they were marginalized among the beastmen who prioritized strength. However, even though there were many experts in the tent, no one dared to look down on this short rat man. Other than his ability to soundlessly infiltrate the tent, the scales and horns on his face revealed his identity. Purgatory Seed? Are you a demon or a devil? The Northern Lands also had an entrance to the abyss. The beastmen were not unfamiliar with the residents of the lower plains, but any intelligent race with normal thinking would not have any good impressions of these two races. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can help you. With the help of the Earth Elemental God, geographical obstacles will not be a problem from start. There is no need for you to attack 2 fortresses at all. Daimon came to the map and casually drew a line. It was an unbelievable passage that could cross the obstacles of the mountains and directly reach the core area of the human world. As for the harsh winter, I can give you a piece of good news. With the help of the will of the abyss, the flame sea Martianus has promised to give you the blessing of flames. This winter's cold wind will no longer hinder you. The chieftains looked at each other, but they were still uncertain. The flame sea Martianus? The flame sea dimension is a part of the abyss. That Martianus should be a demon lord. I have some understanding of demonology, but I don't think I have heard of her name. Could she be a new demon lord that appeared in the past few hundred years? Huh. Daimon laughed proudly. It's no wonder that you have not heard of her name. She only returned to the abyss last year, but she actually promoted the rank of Demon Martianus. This is enough to prove her strength. She also has the beautiful name God Eater. It is because she devoured the divine power of the fire elemental god that she can give you the blessing of flames. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Seeing that there was hope for the mission to be completed, Daimon became even more proud. Look, this is the token of this lord. It was a bronze ring inlaid with silver. Lava flames were slowly revolving around it, as though it was decorated with decorative patterns. Lady Eliza, please bestow upon us your blessings. The Purgatory Ratman Daimon raised the one ring up high. The power of the evil demons started to spread, and the consciousness of a high-level existence was summoned by the token. Who is summoning me? How dare you disturb my beauty sleep? A filthy and ugly Ratman at that. Go to hell. The consequences of a demon lord's rage were severe. The woman who was awakened by the ugly man was even more hot-tempered. The flames of the evil demons immediately engulfed the summoner. Lord, show mercy, I am innocent. All right, the unlucky guy who had already turned into ashes had no right to speak. Looking at the one ring on the ground, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of play was he putting on? The contact was killed by the mastermind for no reason? How are they going to continue with this plot? It was said that the evil demons were chaotic and crazy. This time they had really witnessed it. But what should they do next? Return to their respective homes? Lordwyn, you are a famous handsome man among the beastmen. You are also very popular. Why don't you try contacting this Marquis? In an instant, the Foxman chieftain who was pointed out by Almont paled. The Ratman had just died in front of him, so he didn't dare to try again. However, the Foxman chieftain was indeed worthy of the title of the wise beastman. He immediately thought of a solution. You heard it too. This daimon was executed for disturbing the Marquis's afternoon nap. Then, we just have to wait for the Marquis to wake up before contacting her. Regardless of the time difference between the Chaos Abyss and the surface, contacting her after 8 hours would be the safest. All right, this was undoubtedly a tactic to stall for time. However, it was obvious that this ending was acceptable to everyone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. I, who was far away in another country, received a piece of news from the silver ring on my finger. The Beastmen are going to bypass the geographical restrictions of the Highlands and directly attack Slawir during winter. Chapter 144. The behemoth used its footsteps to awaken the sleeping Highlands. Under the call of the war drums, the wolf riders began to patrol in the night. The aerial knights who returned from their hunts brought back the heads of the human spies. All of the above were impossible. According to the original plan, the Beastmen army should have set off long ago. Unfortunately, there was a small accident. Scram, I want the best cosmetics from you, Dustafin. Do you think you can fool me with such inferior products? Believe it or not, I will burn down your entire camp. My lady, please calm down. My lady, please calm down. This is the highest grade of elven spring water. It can restore one's youthfulness. It is definitely much better than those inferior man-made products of the humans. I don't care. If you want me to do something, you have to fulfill my request. The dimensional door to the abyss closed, and the flames on the one ring dissipated. The will of the demon Marquis had already left. Looking at the pile of ashes on the ground, which Kamala shook her head helplessly, she slowly put down the one ring and left the tent. Just as she left, the entrance was already crowded with people. These were the leaders of the various tribes. They looked worried, like examinees waiting for the results to be released. Judging from their worried faces, they probably knew their limits. Not many of them thought that the future would be good. As expected, when the witch shook her head at the tribe leaders, they sighed helplessly. She's too difficult. The last time, she felt that the Beastman's war song was too noisy and asked us to find a singer. In the end, we found the Sparrow Shaman singers and bards who are the best at singing, even though the two of them worked together and sang a beautiful soul hymn. That demon said that they were singing a folk song from the countryside and said that they were out of tune. Those arrogant soul singers were so angry that they wanted to rush to the gate of the abyss to fight with her. It took me a lot of effort to appease them. That's nothing. 2 days ago, she actually said that she wanted to eat the red jade fruit, a specialty of the west of the continent. I said that it wasn't available, and she almost killed me. Also, don't you have the Wyvern Knight? If you tire a few of them to death, you should be able to buy them. At least I didn't ask you to buy lychees. What's lychee? We've already lost more than 30 servants who woke her up. There are even rumors that we're hiding a super ogre and we're currently feeding it with servants. All right, let's not talk about how this affects our morale. The amount of food our army consumes every day is not a small amount. Are we just going to waste our time like this? Forget it. Even without the fire god's blessing, with the help of the earth elemental god, it wouldn't be a problem for us to take over 2 cities to survive the winter. At least it was better than wasting time here. Yesterday, another 30 tribes chose to leave. Women were hard to deal with, but the demoness was even harder to deal with. In the past half a month, the chieftains had had enough of Eliza's new demands. The orcs were not soft either. The idea of abandoning her and working alone was getting more and more popular. As one of the few people who could say a few words to Marchioness Eliza, Kamala naturally became the best messenger. During this period of time, the other chiefs also thought highly of her. But as time passed, she instead suffered a lot of anger from both sides and was now full of resentment. We can't wait any longer. Who knows what she'll come up with tomorrow? The first snow is about to fall. By then, it'll really be too late. Sigh. I've long heard that the demon lords have no qualms about doing things according to their own preferences. This time, I've truly witnessed it for myself. Not to mention, this is a marquee-level demon lord who monopolizes an entire dimension. In other words, she's an existence equivalent to a true god. It's understandable that she has an endless lifespan to play with, but we can't afford to waste it. We can't wait any longer. Let's lay out our cards tomorrow. While the Beastman chieftains were vexed over the demon lord's mood swings, they would never have guessed that the demon lord that they were talking about as difficult to deal with was currently chatting passionately with her greatest enemy. Not only that, the tone of their conversation wasn't one of impatience or irritation towards them. I don't think they can wait much longer. Even without the fire god's blessing, they'll still work alone. We've fought for more than half a month. We've already done quite well. Is there a lot of pressure on the Chaos Abyss? Do the other demon lords have any complaints? Demons won't care about unimportant people. That's the will of the Chaos Abyss. It doesn't care about success or failure. As long as the elemental power causes the elemental tide to rise, that's enough. At this point, Eliza paused for a moment. It's obvious that this invasion isn't simple. There must be other demon nobles representatives in the camp. There are always quite a few demon lords who want to use this opportunity to please the will of the Chaos Abyss. As long as I don't give them my blessing, there will most likely be others who will use this as an excuse to take over. Then just give them your blessing. When they finally lay out their cards with you, just directly give them your blessing. This was different from what we had planned. The Beastman army that didn't fear the cold would doubtlessly become the #1 enemy. However, I had other ideas. Of course, the complete fire god's blessing will be troublesome. But if something goes wrong along the way and the blessing doesn't achieve the desired effect, no one can blame you. Do you understand now? You're as naughty as ever, right? Have you been playing around recently? If you have, be careful of my sudden attacks. After we finished our secret discussion, the rest of the topic was naturally our usual idle chatter. To be honest, if Eliza stayed by my side, I wouldn't know how to deal with her, as I had always been single. Chatting like this was more suitable for me. How could that be? It's good enough that I have such luck. You don't know how strange Bayphone and the others have been recently. There are more and more gentlemen appearing, and it's impossible to deal with them. Besides, I didn't even know how I felt about her. Lovers? Companions? An adopted daughter who I had watched grow up was far more reliable than the previous 2 relationships. At the very least, I knew that every time I thought of that familiar silver hair and pretty face, that rare hint of warmth and sweetness was from longing for her family, and definitely not love for a lover. I also know that Eliza has sacrificed a lot, and I roughly know what she wants by sacrificing so much. But every time I really intend to treat her as a lover, I mysteriously recall her voice and appearance when she was 6 or 7 years old. I'm not a beast, so how could I do it? Perhaps it's because she's too important that I'm hesitating. Sigh, the more I think about it, the messier it gets. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. In any case, since I couldn't figure it out in the past, I won't be able to figure it out in the future. I'll just muddle along like this. I knew that this was an extremely irresponsible ostrich mentality, but my past experience proved that although this method of burying one's head in the ground seemed pathetic, it was indeed effective. After all, not everyone could live as long as me. As long as I could drag it out until the other party died, there would naturally be no more emotional conflicts. However, even if I want to be a bulldozer scum, I have to meet certain conditions. In my first life, I died too early. In my second life, right after I discovered something, a war broke out and I died a pitiful death. In my third life, I transformed myself into a lich for revenge. Sometimes, when I look at the men and women who appear on Valentine's Day, I feel like I've mysteriously lost. I want to shout the FFF group slogan and throw a fireball at them. However, sometimes I would think a little more. If it wasn't for the fact that my heart was filled with revenge and the pursuit of power all those years ago, perhaps I would have already met a suitable person and established a real family. Perhaps I would even have children and grandchildren by now. I wouldn't have to wait until I was over 300 years old before my adopted daughter, Great Fog, who took pity on me, started messily falling in love with me. The most ridiculous part was that I didn't even know what love was, yet I mysteriously had children and grandchildren. Perhaps it was precisely because Eliza understood me that she played such tricks on me, giving me no chance to refuse her at all. Instead, I ended up owing her so many favors, which led to the current reality. Although she didn't say it out loud, the chaos abyss can't be a good place. Demons are the incarnation of chaos. The demons below them are constantly rebelling, and demons of the same rank devour one another to evolve. The war is endless. I'm afraid that ever since she entered the chaos abyss, the war has never stopped. It must have been hard on her. But Eliza's decision was right. Having a high-level spy on the side of chaos is indeed very advantageous. Just a piece of information at a crucial moment changed the situation of the war. If it was a surprise attack without any warning, we might have been forced into a passive position. This half a month's delay changed the entire situation. I owe her more and more favors, and I can't even return them now. After ending the conversation, I heaved a sigh of relief. Putting aside my personal feelings, the invasion of the beastmen this time was really difficult to deal with. The first to bear the brunt of the invasion was the Sluir kingdom. My feelings towards this kingdom were even more complicated. They were known as the legitimate descendants of the mist. Just this point alone was enough to make one speechless. After all, in my generation, only Cavendish and I were left from the Mist Kingdom's royal family. If that dead father of mine didn't leave behind any illegitimate children, then his legitimate descendants could only be my or Cavendish's descendants. And after Cavendish's reputation was tarnished, this last descendant, although it wasn't explicitly stated, could only be under my banner. History was history, reality was history. But since they admitted that they were the descendants of the Mist Kingdom, then there were some things that were worth pondering. If the Sacred Sword and the Last Prince, who represented the Mist Kingdom's royal authority, returned, then shouldn't the Sluir Kingdom, who admitted that their royal family was the Mist bloodline, return to the banner of the Mist King? Then, should the current king, Pavel III, hand over his crown and settle down as an ordinary feudal lord with nothing to do? Of course, everyone knew that it was impossible. But if I were to really bring the Roland's sacred sword to his capital and shout, then no one could guess what would happen. At the very least, following the rise of Donglon and the return of Roland and his knight, the number of Mist citizens moving back from Sluir had never stopped. Thus, they made their decision, and what was placed in front of me was the gift that the other party sent to comfort their ancestors. So, on one hand, they admit that they're the Mist bloodline, and on the other hand, they send assassins to kill me, your ancestor? What a filial descendant. Chapter 145. In the language of the ancients, Halatdam meant wise one. In ancient times, they had once been a prominent civilization. They were a branch of the ancient humans, but at a certain point in time, they became the mainstream. The Colossus civilization, the age of miraculous creations of gears and steam, the incredible world when everyone was a wise man. Their nicknames and praises were numerous. In that distant era, They and their creations had spread all over the world. With their advanced civilization's metals, they conquered the entire world. Their gigantic floating islands and cloud towers made the sky no longer a place of secrets. The gigantic island tortoises that protected them were beautiful underwater cities. The gigantic Titan golems were only the guardians of their homes. Even dragons had to remain humble in front of their wisdom and power. Even today, the winged tribes' floating islands, the Ottoman Empire's floating battleships, and the Swolo Federation's Colossus Legion all had traces of this species. Modern engineering and alchemy all viewed this species as their first ancestor. The ruins of Halatdam had always been the focus of every country's competition. After all, nobody knew if a newly discovered ruin contained an important technology that was about to change the world. At their peak, they even dared to argue with the gods about truth and reality. Why did such a powerful civilization disappear just like that? This had always been a historical mystery. Every country's literature had research and textual evidence, but when it came to the specific history and reason for their extinction, it was always inexplicably vague. Cataclysm? Alien invasion? The second ice aeon? A destructive virus plague? Version update? None of those. The reason is actually quite simple. They stepped on the line. For some existences, the reason for Halatdam's extinction wasn't a secret. In fact, it was a warning to them that there were things they could do and things they couldn't even touch or think about. Perhaps you can be as powerful as the gods, but please don't actually step into the gods' domain. At the very least, don't let those guys above you see it. Halatdam was destroyed by divine punishment. This wasn't a big secret. At the entrance of the spiral tower at Cape Grite, where only the strongest could reach, there was a stone tablet with the highest crime of this race inscribed on it in ancient characters. The immortality of the entire species, the creation of artificial souls, and the creation of life. These are the three forbidden sins hated by the gods. The proud Halatdam had indeed stepped into the domain of the creator goddesses and thus received divine punishment. But this was doubtlessly only on the surface. What endless reproduction of their species will eventually exhaust all the world's resources. But in the eyes of those with ulterior motives, there was only one crime. They broke the cycle of reincarnation. When the death rate greatly decreased, no new souls entered the river Styx or the heavens pillar. When artificial souls and life creation technology were able to produce new species, the original cycle of reincarnation was naturally broken. Without a doubt, this touched the bottom line of the two sleepers. As such, divine punishment descended, and they were thus wiped out. Everything was just that simple. In order to prevent these techniques from being discovered again, the black tombstone outside the Tower of Babel constantly reminded the mortal powerhouses that there were some things that they absolutely could not touch. Thus, even if someone discovered a shortcut to becoming undying, they definitely wouldn't dare to mass-produce undying beings on a large scale. The second of the three original sins, artificial souls and artificial bodies, had long been lost for many years. Although the Holy Church had executed many people for being heretics, there were still plenty of true heretics. The more forbidden something was, the easier it was to arouse curiosity. The second of the three original sins, artificial souls and artificial bodies, had been lost for many years. Although the Holy Church had executed many people for being heretics, there were still many true heretics. The more forbidden something was, the easier it was to arouse curiosity. Over the years, countless alchemists who challenged the refinement of life have been burned to death. Many of them had even been core members of the Holy Church. After all, immortality was a sweet, irresistible bait. I was probably the last lunatic who had been the closest to the red line. But my goal of achieving immortality was different from the other seniors of the Holy Church, which was why my method was quite different. When Yonya descends, the living shall leave the stage of history. Only the dead shall exist forever. If a country of the dead was established and all the living were transformed into the dead, then the cycle of reincarnation would naturally become a joke. This would also be a way of saving the world. Every time I recalled my Chinibu words from back in the day, I felt as if I was seeing that shameful, dark history. I could even inwardly exclaim that I had reined in my horse at the brink of death. If a country of the dead was truly established, that would probably be the time for the gods' punishment to descend. Afterwards, El personally confirmed my inference. It was impossible for the gods to simply watch as the world of the dead was established. However, the enemies naturally had their own reasons for opposing my plans. These three technologies all had great potential. I had been researching them all this time, and I had long since achieved some results. But I wasn't foolish enough to take out a finished product just to anger the gods. All right, the 7 deadly sins had indeed touched a sensitive nerve of some existences. However, the fact that I hadn't created them on a large scale made them all heave a sigh of relief. It was likely that I was constantly on their watch list. If I didn't start by creating powerful individual creatures, and instead acted like some undead lords and directly created every single member or species of undying, it was likely that trouble from the heavens would directly descend upon me. Of course, I wasn't the only heretic who was courting death like this. I was personally quite skilled in the study of the soul and the structure of the undead. Meanwhile, Amelia's study of the structure of life had already challenged the authority of the true gods to create other gods, and it was quite easy for her to achieve immortality. If it wasn't for the fact that she had always been using plants to conceal her research results, and that she had also subconsciously skipped over the study of the soul, she probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the light of divine punishment. However, some things had always been out of the gods' control. For example, back in the day, not all of Halat Dom's members had died. That's right, Halat Dom still had survivors, and more than one of them. Teacher of magical engineering, Timlad was one of the founders of magical engineering in the future. In that period of history, Olivia solved the headache-inducing energy bottleneck problem. This master's most original invention was a control system that allowed ordinary people to use supernatural powers. Theoretically speaking, an ordinary person who hadn't gone through specialized training would be unable to control supernatural powers. In that case, Timlad simply gave the magical engineering machine an independent soul so that it could control the power of the elements. All the warrior needed to do was give the magical engineering machine an order. If Olivia had given a magical engineering machine the blood and nutrients needed for its physical body to function, then what Timlad had given the magical engineering machine was a new physical body and soul. However, many people noticed that although Timlad had gone around in circles and done many things to cover it up, he had stepped into a taboo from the very start. He had reactivated the taboo of artificial souls. Back then, when I learned of Timlad's results, I was shocked as well. After all, I had done some research on artificial souls. I knew that as long as there was a soul involved, the difficulty of research would increase exponentially. In order to achieve results, the researchers would have to abandon their conscience and lower limits. After all, the research material would be inhumane from the very start. I had spent hundreds of years and had countless experimental materials on hand. Yet, the results of my research were still stuck at the level of piecing together old souls to form new souls, using extreme emotions to create twisted yet powerful souls. Yet, Timlad was able to mass-produce brand new artificial souls. The difference in our technology was truly too great. Although I was clearly superior in terms of individual strength, I had lost in terms of theory and technology. This result had shocked me, who had always thought highly of myself. Could it be that the snot-nosed brat was really such a genius? He was actually able to skip the stage of accumulating knowledge and collecting experimental data? Or was he the same as Olivia? Such an astonishing invention was also a miracle created by a spark of chance. Thus, I naturally took a few more glances at little Timlad. I also had many expectations for his future. Only after that did I realize that I had been wrong from the start. There were some things that couldn't be explained with the words genius and chance. AD 1897, July 7th, Griffin summer. At the very least, it should still be summer in the Ottoman Empire. The weather in the northern lands is getting colder and colder. It looks like it's going to snow soon. On the drawing booklet for children, the handwriting was extremely mature. However, the words written on it were completely different from the current writing system. It was a special type of writing that was similar to the accumulation of numbers. If one only looked at the words on the booklet, they wouldn't be words at all. Instead, there would be an overlay of irregular images. There were triangles, circles, and even twisted numeric codes. Perhaps to others, it would be a ghostly drawing from a cryptic book. But to little Tim Ladd, it was just an everyday language, hail it demo. Big Sister Dana has been having a good time recently. Her work seems to be going smoothly. The students in school all respect her, and she smiles more every day. Yep, Big Sister's happiness has nothing to do with those male cats in heat. On the contrary, there are flies buzzing in front of her every day. She must be really annoyed. It looks like I'll have to find a chance to teach those perverts who are pestering Big Sister a lesson. In a way, Lady Dana hadn't gotten married yet. She was a burden to this precious little brother of hers. However, the direction of her burden was slightly different from what she had expected. Although those goblins' gadgets aren't mature enough, they have given me many new ideas. XT, 2 should be completed by next week. Then, let's use the bakery owner's son as a blood sacrifice. How dare he pester Big Sister? He even dared to give Big Sister flowers yesterday. Recalling the smile on Big Sister's face when she received the flowers, Tim Ladd couldn't help but feel angry. In some aspects, little Tim Ladd was more mature than everyone expected. However, in some aspects, he was just like an ordinary orphan who had lost his parents. He had a deep attachment to his big sister who had raised him. This was too easy to understand, too normal. All right, I know that this isn't normal, but I'm just trying to classify him as a normal person, right? Just let me Haku do it. Tim Ladd Haku Everlow 17. The first part was the name he was known by in this world. The second part, Haku Everlow, originated from an ancient soul. When God's punishment descended, Halit Dom ushered in the end of his race. However, this artificial soul master was unwilling to die just like that. He hoped to use his knowledge and abilities to avoid the inevitable destruction. He wanted to pass on his race's civilization. A person's personality is nothing more than a soul with memories attached to it. A soul can reincarnate repeatedly. If I give the new soul all of its past memories, wouldn't that be the same as resurrection? In a way, Master Haku had succeeded. Every time his soul reincarnated, a certain device would be activated as his soul grew. Then, his memories from his previous life would be restored. But in another way, he had completely failed. Once he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he would truly die. A new soul would be a new life. Even if he read the memories from his previous life, it would be like looking back at someone else's life from a first-person perspective. He had already successfully reincarnated 17 times. Unfortunately, apart from his first life's memories, which were repeatedly filled in by the cycle of reincarnation, the other 16 lives still had to be washed away by the cycle of reincarnation. The memories he left behind were completely negligible. He was still the same old hermit who stayed in the research institute for the rest of his life. In fact, he wasn't even sure how many times he had reincarnated. In fact, he couldn't even be sure that he was the reincarnation of an ancient saint. It was just that the memory transfer device detected a soul with a similar wavelength and activated it 16 times. All right, at least in this way, this little adult's precocious maturity was understandable. He was only able to create mature artificial souls because he activated his previous inheritance. In a way, little Tim Ladd was the main character of a popular transmigration novel. Not only did he have an old grandpa with him, both his parents had passed away, he still had an older sister who depended on him, and he was destined to do great things. All right, at least the current little Tim Ladd didn't think so much. He was just a precocious child. In order to protect his beloved older sister, he was fully immersed in the design of the mechanical marionette named XT2, intending to deal with those annoying flies. My life is fulfilling. It's a good thing that my older sister is happy. But the war is right around the corner, and this city is still so peaceful. Does everyone have so much trust in that Roland? Tim Ladd couldn't help but shiver when he thought of that man who always had a smile on his face. His racial talent, zero-form wisdom eyes, was born with the ability to see through all disguises and see a person's true colors. That day, when he opened the door and saw Roland for the first time, he was almost scared to death. It's too scary. Life and death exist in one body at the same time, and chaos and order have actually transformed into one bloodline. The physical body is already ridiculous enough, but the soul is even more indescribable. Little Tim Ladd shivered when he thought of that black skeletal figure. Countless stubborn and persistent soul fragments pieced together to form a normal soul. The divine might of the black skeletal figure pointed to the legendary Lord Yongye. How could such an evil existence be the legendary hero of this country? Little Tim Ladd was among the last group of people to move. No one expected that Tim Ladd, who had memories from 2 lives, would be the first person to recognize the Lord Yongye. Sigh, let's just take it one step at a time. At least our current life is pretty good. But if war breaks out, I really don't know why they're so confident. Is that Roland really that trustworthy? The news from Roland, who was on a diplomatic trip, had already spread. The Beastman army is about to launch a winter offensive, and the Sluir kingdom will be attacked, had already spread throughout the streets. This news would undoubtedly make the already difficult winter even more difficult to endure. The Beastman's winter offensive was beyond common sense, and it lacked conviction. Furthermore, the Mist Kingdom's attack that was restricted by the terrain of the Highlands was treated as a joke by many nobles in the northern lands. As the person involved, Sluir didn't take the messenger sent by the Mist Kingdom as good intentions. The news that he had chased the messenger out of the Mist Kingdom had already spread. Amidst all the mockery, the Mist Kingdom's trust in their lord was incomprehensible. Even though the Beastman army would only arrive next year, the Mist Kingdom had already treated it as a fact that they would attack within the year, and their army was preparing for war. On the other hand, the shadow of war was right before them. The armies of the various countries in Donglan were preparing for war. Not only were the citizens not panicking, they were living their lives leisurely. There was even a grand festival being held today. Torch Festival? What a strange name. Opening the window, I saw that the square was already filled with people watching the parade. It was said that this festival was a traditional festival of the underground world's Sulphur Mountain City. Every evening, young unmarried men and women would put on black robes that covered their faces, along with the FFF war flag and iron chains. They would patrol the streets in search of their prey. Yes, prey. Yes, prey. The prey of these FFF members were young couples who were making out in public on this long night. As long as they saw an intimate couple, the black-robed FFF hunters would capture them and tie the male to a stake. Of course, it was just a parade. The other FFF members and passers-by could throw food at him. This was a blessing to the couple, as well as the hope for the next year's harvest. It was the same as a harvest festival. Carrying torches and stakes on a parade was actually the same as a parade of floats. It was completely in line with the customs of the various regions. It was said that this festival was started by Lord Womians, and the hunter who caught the most prey would receive official rewards and rewards. There was also an urban legend that the hunter who won would be known as the Love Hunter. He would quickly receive the love that he had been dreaming of. On the other hand, there was another urban legend. The couple who survived the encirclement of the FFF members would receive the blessing of the god of love, and they would be together forever. Of course, in the eyes of most people, these legends weren't very reliable. According to those fellows in Sulphur Mountain City, the love hunter every year was either Adam or Womians himself. They had never been able to get rid of their single status because of this. However, the romantic blessing of the god of love moved the hearts of countless young ladies. Quite a few young men also seized this opportunity to gather their courage to chase after their lover. It is just a game. Who knows, we might be able to survive to the end. If I survive to the end, can you listen to my inner thoughts? I'm just listening. I don't need you to answer me. I'm already satisfied that you are willing to listen to me. All right. Escaping from being ambushed was undoubtedly a way to increase the chances of one confessing during the chaos. If one were to successfully escape to the end, from a certain perspective, it would be considered as a success in picking up a girl. In the end, a certain someone was greatly disappointed. Using his words, "On this holy barbecue day, there are actually so many couples who become lovers so quickly. Is the villainous heavens really dead? These heretics, they must be judged by holy flames. They're such an eyesore." Next month is the month of disciplinary inspections. Those who dare to be intimate on the streets will all be fined. All right, as usual, Wumian's madness was stopped by the four heavenly kings and his external conscience, Eliza. However, this interesting festival was loved and sought after by countless young men and women. With Princess Renee's permission, this year's event in Definder even had an official background, and the scale of the event was greatly increased. Little Tim Ladd looked out from the window. A large number of black-robed men were either waving their scythes or torches, or stretching their muscles in preparation for hunting. On the other side of the square, many young men and women were eager to give it a try. Damned adulterous couple. To actually be intimate in front of this old man, this is so against the customs. Some spirits could be conveyed without words. Looking at these happy men and women, regardless of their age or gender, the new generation of FFF members had already raised the torches in their hearts. Burn, burn, burn. Even without any instructions, the angry roars from the bottom of their hearts were connected together, and the resentment contained within them was enough to move the heavens and earth. Of course, in this situation, there were also all sorts of bystanders. The lazy Adam was able to gain Marguerite's favor. That's the magic of this festival. Since you're single, don't you want to have a go? Perhaps you'll be able to reap half of your future because of this. This was a slogan personally written by a certain prince, and below the slogan was the rental stall of his undead knights once a year. Rental torches, whips, stakes, scythes, lassos, and other common tools. 3 copper coins per day for each. Glue, ink eggs, and stink bombs for 1 copper coin each. In order to reward new and old customers, as long as you spend more than 10 copper coins in this shop, the FFF uniform and battle flag will be free. What a great FFF guild. Looking at the excited young men and women, Tim Ladd shook his head. This world was obviously too far away from him. Just as he was about to close the door and study it carefully, he suddenly remembered something. Sister Dana should have gotten off work long ago. Why isn't she back yet? Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Tim Ladd, who had turned pale with fright, took out a small device and hurriedly looked at it. This was a miniature GPS device, and at this moment, the bright spot at the core was pointing at the square in front of him. After a moment of silence, Tim Ladd walked to the wardrobe that was even taller than him and lightly tapped on it. The door of the wardrobe moved even though there was no wind. It was a black robe that Tim Ladd originally wore when he joined the choir. Tim Ladd, who didn't like singing, didn't like this robe at first. But now, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Yep, it's you. But looking at the black robe, Tim Ladd felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he directly used a red pen to draw 3 letters on his vest. FFF. Burn them. His childish vow was filled with the determination to kill, and the countless revived bodies in the room and the artificial eyes that were flashing with red and green light proved that he had the ability to fulfill his vow.